into the group, right? So let me just put this in. And what about the readings, Andrea?
Those are fine. I did them, like the chapter 2 ones I did for class. Those went well, and I did the Wiley and the quiz.
Okay.
It was straightforward.
Okay, good. So you know what? Maybe we'll review some of those concepts. There's so many concepts there. What do we need to know, and how also to prepare for the exam on that. We'll cover that as well. Okay. And we'll wait till everybody. I think you needed to add that too, till we get everyone going. So I can eliminate, so I get to see everyone. And Zach, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
Okay. So it's hard sometimes on Monday to get going when you have a break. You know, it's almost like when I run, right? It's stopping is the problem. You know what's the worst, Zach? Is after spring break.
Oh, yeah, then it's hard to get back up.
Yeah, right. And
I agree with you.
yeah, and then after spring break, what's the issue in this class is then we do a large project, so it's even more so. So now we're just preparing the foundations, you know, to do the project. And Sebastian is coming in. Everybody with their connection, it takes a while. That it's not up to you, you know, for your connections. So Sebastian, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Sebastian, I told Daniel, and I wanted him to put that in as well, in our sample Zoom group assignment, besides having Zoom crowd recording, YouTube, team members, and showcased and takeaways, I'd like us also to include the summary from Zoom. You know, the IQ summary, just like we did from the first time.
IQ summary?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, the IQ summary?
Look at the first one. I'll go over it. But you know how Zoom does a summary of our meetings now? We check that off.
Companion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We forgot to do that for the group one.
Right. So at least put that in for your sample group assignment. Is it put in the instructions?
It is. I put it in for the individual assignment, which I did, but I'm assuming we forgot to do it for the...
But so look if it's in the Zoom, because what we want to do, isn't that great, Sebastian? We want to continue, right? We want to continue using the same features. We've already put it on our Zoom settings, right?
Right. Okay, yep. I'll do that with Daniel. We'll set up a time.
Yeah, but at least put it in now because that Zoom assignment is due for Wednesday, isn't it? That Zoom group assignment?
Okay. I'll put it now.
Yeah, so put it now, the same format at least, and you can put even something in there. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be exact, but you can type what should be placed in there. You know, the summary from, what do they call it? IQ Companion or Zoom?
AI Companion.
Yeah, AI Companion. So add it now. Make sure that it also is in the Zoom instructions. Because if the students, right, Sebastian, they're using your model, there's no way you want to make a correct model. And I mentioned it too, and that's why it's nice. Why is it called the audit area? It's called the audit so we can audit each other, right? So when something's missing, right? Because I had mentioned it before to you guys, and I didn't check it, so we need to keep on checking each other. That's the same thing with the group. Okay, so we basically have everybody coming in. getting their cameras ready. So Sophia, how's it going? Sophia, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, everything okay?
Yes.
You're up to date?
Mm.
Okay, good. All right, so let me do let me have then a couple of volunteers to moderate the chat. Do I have any volunteers? That way, if I'm missing anything. Okay, Andrea, you want to do it? Any others that want to volunteer to do it? Thomas, you want to do it as well? So Thomas and Andrea have
Yep, sure.
have volunteered to be my teaching assistants in training. If you would like to join them, let me know. One of the areas is to give me feedback as the point of view of the student, what things need to be clarified. Also, they're able to get assignments a bit earlier to see if there's anything confusing, so they can give our teaching assistants training and myself. Okay, so we're going to be trying, as I said, to use all this technology and continue to use it. All right, so let me record to the cloud. And I also have Grant. I'm doing what else? How else am I recording? I recorded to the cloud. What else should I do, Grant?
To live stream.
Live stream to what?
YouTube.
YouTube. So we made a YouTube account. Hopefully everyone got that going. I create an account. I'm going to choose one account that I have just for the class. It is for IT, information technology, is information system training. And I'm going to make it public. Okay. And we'll start. Okay. So, I'm having an issue with the YouTube stream live, but won't worry about that right now. Okay. So what I want to do today, I welcome you all. What I want to do today is cover more information systems technology. We covered before hardware, the idea, and we'll do a bit of a review of hardware. Why is that hardware important for businesses? We'll also cover some software, and then I've asked you in another section to have an audit section where each of you can audit each other, and you have more role. Your role has been promoted to teaching assistant, where you can make any changes and you then upload all your audit assignments to. So any questions that need to be addressed, you can unmic yourself now, or what you can do is put it in the chat, and Andrea and Thomas will let me know at an appropriate time what needs to be covered. Okay, so let's share my screen. I'll share my entire screen, and let me go to our regular session. So you see here I have my Zoom meeting. Again, some people were telling me they missed class or something wasn't recorded. You can go to cloud recordings and you can see all of our past recordings that we have. So you're able to see those as well. And let's go to the what's due section. And if I go to the what's due section, I see that last time on the 29th, which was last Wednesday, you had the audit assignment, the Advanced Digital Communication Schools individually, that I have extended it to today before class. There were some of you were having problems getting the YouTube channel approved. So we made an extension for that as well. You'll see hardware, your adaptive assignment and quizzes. And for this Wednesday, you can see that assignment 2 is the advanced digital communication skills, your reading of software, your tech guide of software, and your quizzes for software. And in the audit instructions, anytime it says audit assignments, you know that the instructions are in the audit assignment instructions. So here you see the assignment 1, where this assignment will help you become familiar with the communication tools, with many features as learning an LMS. And if I think about what an LMS is, there's an acronym, LMS, and that's a learning management system. And the one we're using in this case, Sophia, is what? At this university, we're using what? Software.
Blackboard.
Blackboard. And there's many others. There's Blackboard, right? There's Canvas. There's many others. We have now the university. I'm on a committee for computing advisory committee, and the university is considering maybe to move instead of from Blackboard. A lot of universities are using Canvas. But the idea is what? It's a learning management system that allows you to update and have students basically register for it. So the next assignment is due on this Wednesday, assignment 2, and this will be a group assignment. Notice this was individual. This is a group dealing with some more assignments. We'll go over that as well. I have, again, Wiley reading and assignments. So we have, for next time, we had hardware. That was due already. That was past due. But if I go to adaptive assignments, I can see in this case that most of the students completed it. Some students, I don't know if they were in different sections or something, didn't start it. And then I can go and drill down and see my students that have completed it. And if they are in blue, it means they've completed it. So I see there some students may have, in this case, may have had issues. Reach out to Sebastian if you had issues to let him know what's going on. You can direct message Sebastian. Okay, so that is the case of the assignments due. And then we always talk about the quizzes. The quizzes, we can do it twice, and they're recorded as well. And the timing of it we have here. We have PowerPoints and documents. Under PowerPoints, it's good that you review the PowerPoints. We reviewed last time the hardware. We have also the software that we want to make sure that we have available to us. So last time we talked about primary storage and secondary storage. We'll talk about that again. And we'll also talk about then as well Technology Guide 2. Okay? So these are the issues we have. Let's just do this before we continue on our housekeeping process. Let me go to my housekeeping process. So everybody open up your audit section. So you should have 2 tabs. This is what I call our regular section, where you are the users. So if I go to users and groups, do you have, in this case, Thomas, do you have in your regular section a section called users and groups? Repeat.
I'm checking right now.
And repeat the question that I just asked you. so everybody can understand what everybody else has to
Do
look
I
for.
have users and groups section under the audit tool for Blackboard? And I do.
Okay, and in your regular section, you know, where you are registered as a student, do you have users and groups?
No, I don't.
No. So the idea we need to put on our group is, if I look at it, I have what's it called? Groups and users. It's called groups, users. The question is where is it available and why? So, Thomas, you're on a roll, right?
So it's under the users and groups section. If I click on groups, I can see like what other members I have in my group, the group number.
Okay, but I'm talking about the regular section.
I don't see any.
Yes. So in your regular section,
Right.
where you are, what are the roles in the regular section? One instructor, right?
Right. And we're
Two
students in the
teaching
regular section.
assistant.
Right.
And what else? And what is everybody else?
Students.
Student.
And in audits, it's TAs.
Right. So that's giving you a hint already, right? When we're saying that you're going to be qualified in learning management systems, what can we say? That what are we doing is what? Is there in information systems there are what we call roles, right? Where we give each role what? Access with the need to know. I give you access, Thomas, with the need to know. You're my teaching assistant in training, but you are not a teaching assistant. So you do not have any more access in the regular student learning management system. Makes sense, right? Because what? You are getting a grade in this class. If you had instructor or teaching assistants, you could go to the grade book and make changes. Do you need to, it's over, right? You say, hey, I wish I had that, but you don't have that, right? And there shouldn't be a reason for it. So you need to know, basically on that need to know responsibilities. Everybody with me? So if I go to users, do you see my screen? Am I sharing my screen? Do you see my screen? And now, notice if I'm going to be looking for, in this case, your name, right? What is your role? Thomas? What is your role, Thomas?
Student.
Student, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, and now you can describe why that's correct, because you're a regular student in this class where I, as in the instructor, have permission to give you grades. I have permission to put up additional assignments. And in the other, everybody clear about that? Sophia, are you clear about that? But you're not even, they don't even allow you as a student to even see the roles, because I could, if I wanted to, I could promote someone in this class or can add a new student to this class. You should not have permission to do that. Why? Because that is not your role in the class. Makes sense, Thomas? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're on a roll. So Andrea, we're on a roll now. So if everybody turn to your audit section. And in your audit section, do you see something in your audit section? Do you see something called users and group, Andrea?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and if you click down on it, you see something but users, right? Why do you see this? Because your role is what in this class, in this section?
Teaching assistant.
Teaching assistant. So you have rights to what? To add additional users, promote additional users, delete users. That would be irresponsible of me as the instructor in the regular section for you to have those capabilities. Even though you say, you know, Dr. Rush, I am so moral and I'm so honest, that has nothing to do with it. Right? Andrea, you would say, I would never want to do that. You shouldn't even be given that opportunity. So this is the case in which you want to type in users. Now, if we look at users and I look at the email, notice here, everyone is listed as teaching assistants except one person. This was Gabriel. It was basically, there was a preview here of a student, but other than that, they're all teaching assistants. So what can you conclude then, Andrea, about this section? In terms of responsibilities, what could you tell if I asked you to ask the question on an exam, open-ended, on roles and responsibilities, and I'm giving students a role and a responsibility of being a teaching assistant, what should they be aware of and what should we take in consideration for backup and recovery purposes?
You should take into consideration that anyone has the possibility to remove anyone, any person, or any content that's added. They can also add any content, so you have to keep that in mind about what you're adding, because everyone has access to it, and the safety of that, because it could be manipulated or completely deleted.
But but what is the advantage? So what's the advantage? Why give everybody this right if there's so many scary opportunities?
It allows for a lot of collaboration, I'd say, especially in this case, we're working in group projects, so all of us can work on the same file and edit it. And if someone forgets something, someone else can go back and switch it. So
and you can check each other's work. You basically, as a group, you can check each other's work, right? And I want, when you're putting items into the folder, sometimes you could forget, Andrea, you would want your group, every group member to check other group members. What have they done? Do we have it right? Right, for auditing, and it's basically a way to audit. Is there a way to correction? Also, what's an advantage is that if someone else gets something before you do, you can see what other groups have, and then you can reach out. Why? Because we've already listed what? Their phone number and their email that you can reach out. Not that you're going to take it, but it's the idea you can reach out and say, oh, now I know what they're doing, or I can text them and say, can you help us? Or you can help them. So it's a sense of true collaboration. So not only do we think about the groups, but I want the entire class, in some instances, to be able to collaborate with one another. And that's the beauty. Do you see that, Thomas? That's the beauty. Why, if I ask you on that exam question about learning management system, there should be able to get certain roles. And guess what? When I created this new section, I did not have rights to create another new section. Andrea, the Blackboard, I had to go to Blackboard. They had to verify that I was who I said I was, and then they would set up a new section for me. And I told them, make it blank. Don't put any materials in it. The students will self-populate. But you see how the roles is I could not say, oh, I want to have 3 more basically sections. They have to have the right, and it has to show that I am qualified, that I'm teaching this semester, to be able to do that. So just because I'm a faculty member, you think I have full rights. I even have to stop and get further permission to do things. It's beyond my scope, and then maybe there's certain things on their end, and then they have to get, and maybe they may even break that down in the roles in which they give in Blackboard. And from there, it may go to the head of IT. Is that clear? So this would be a great question, wouldn't it, Andrea, thinking about how we're using it? What are the roles of information systems? Why is it important to give roles that someone can do their job adequately? And what what bothers me sometimes is there's so many controls that it prevents me to do my job as well as I could, and I have to get special permissions. You know,
I actually have
Right.
a question,
Sure.
if that's all right, about like Blackboard versus Canvas. You
Yes.
mentioned that Blackboard you had to get approval. Is Canvas the same way, or is it a little more like?
Well,
easier
Canvas
to
has,
create
we're
a-
using an old version of Blackboard. There's a newer version of Blackboard that looks more like Canvas, but they all work in the same manner. So it doesn't matter whether you're using Canvas. Maybe next time it'll be, you know, Blackboard 4. They all have to have what? Then I'm able to register students, right? Because they're learning management systems. So it could be also used for a corporation, right? It doesn't have to be higher ed, doesn't have to be any type of education. It could be we set up a company and we have 10,000 employees and we want them to learn as well, and we want to keep track of what they're doing. That's why it's called the learning management system. They all copy each other and they all have to have the same features. The only difference is many times in, I would say also in what I call the UX, or the design of the system. What makes it easier? Sometimes it'll make it easier. It also depends on what other, you remember we talked about API, application program interface. So for instance, when we use attendance, right, we're really using another program called Quickly to do attendance. So there may be other softwares that work with Blackboard that don't work with Canvas, or they may work with all of them. Excellent question. But do you see that? That's why I'm not so much teaching. You're really going to be like you're basically like a Blackboard administrator, but you're going to be more than that. You understand what are the features of a learning management system. So when you go out on your next job, there may be even in, let's say in a law firm, there could be a possibility where they want all their attorneys to learn about certain law software. So they'll have it, basically they'll take Blackboard or Canvas, and then it can take all my employees. Great question. Any other question? So now I have that, and you have now let's go to assignments and groups. And under assignments and groups, at this point then, we know since everybody's a teaching assistant or above, and I'm the only instructor, and then the idea then comes to be, Thomas, what does an instructor have? What rights does an instructor have over a teaching assistant, if any?
They could probably promote and demote TAs.
Well,
whereas, I probably couldn't.
Well, the thing is, you probably couldn't promote somebody to an instructor, but the only difference really is that I can delete everyone in this section, but you cannot delete me.
Right.
And you could demote people too.
Okay.
You could delete, that's what's interesting. You can add another user. Like, let's say a new student came to class, I wouldn't, and they wouldn't have to come to me. Everyone in this section could add someone else.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So if I go to users, right, if you go to users, you see here, find users to enroll. Do you have it?
Yes.
You see that? You have full rights of that. You could then, if you check on somebody, you could, in this case, you could demote them. You can change a user's role in the course, change their availability. So you have a lot of powerful rights for this section.
Right.
So we need to use it responsibly. And that's the difference when you ask what's the difference between a teaching assistant in training versus just a teaching assistant in my class. The teaching assistant has more rights in the regular section than you do, which makes sense. They're the ones that will be also helping in grading assignments, right? As a teaching assistant, you will not.
Right.
Makes it clear now? Roles, responsibility, information systems. Perfect. Now, if I look at it, I go under assignments. Under assignments now, I can go to group 0. And in group 0, everybody look at this group and look at your group. You should have 2 folders. How do I know they're folders? These are pictures of folders where we had the Zoom individual assignment, where we had the individual assignment with their name. And what we're going to do then, Thomas, is have criteria where we want everything to be following a certain template. And the template is when we attach a file, we want to make sure that we have the time and the date and the name. Now later on, a lot of systems will record the time and the date. We're physically doing it, but we expect a lot of systems to do that. Also, if we have rules, we can have an AI agent, Thomas, to create these things for us, right? All we have to say is, hey, put the time, the name of the user, the name of the file, Zoom individual, and MP4 means that it's a file format. And then the Zoom cloud recording, of course, it'll be if you have set the settings without a password, and the YouTube live streaming. So, Andrea, can you now check everyone in your group in the individual assignment?
Yes.
Yes, and everybody can check it. So one of the things you want to do once you get knowing your group is, even when we give individual assignments, I don't prohibit you for checking each other's work, helping each other out. If there's something they're missing, let them know about it. You don't do, if it's an individual assignment, right, Andrea? You don't do their work for them, right? But you definitely have the way collaboration that definitely you would say, I'll be happy to help in giving you feedback and if you get stuck. And then what is the showcased? What did you show in there? And the AI companion bullet. This comes, in this case, Sophia, from where? AI companion bullet comes from where?
I'm not sure. I was just in the bathroom. I just came back.
Okay, so have you ever heard of AI companion, Sophia?
I don't think so. No.
No? Did you do the assignment?
The one that's due.
Their last assignment, the sample Zoom. So Zach, what was the AI companion?
It comes from Zoom.
It comes from Zoom. So if I go to Zoom, and does what? Zach? It comes from Zoom.
It like summarizes the Zoom meeting or the recording.
Right. So the AI companion, Sophia, there were so many things that maybe you forgot, but the AI companion is what? It's AI in Zoom that summarizes the Zoom meeting. Does that come back to you now, Sophia?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. When I'm in I need to set it by default, Zach, by default on our Zoom Enterprise. I'm going to call it Enterprise because that's what we have in the university. Enterprise version. Is it by default in the Zoom Enterprise, is AI Companion on or off? Zach, you're on a roll.
It was on. It was off. So
It was off. You have to turn it on.
Yeah.
Turn on. Right? The university is concerned about this AI. Why do you think, Zach?
Maybe students wouldn't pay attention in their lectures, and
or basically, it wouldn't be that. I find it, but I think they're more afraid is maybe there'll be errors. So let's say, have you ever gone to the health center here, Zach?
I have.
Okay. Let's say we have Zoom and it does AI companion of listening to your conversation with the doctor. What would be a downside to that?
Yeah, if there was an error, I could see it. problem.
Right, if there are errors, right? There's also something that they'll have to do later on is there's HIPAA, which is Health Information Portability Act, that they have to secure your data. But does AI get it right all the time? No. Does it make errors? Yes. So what the university is it's very conservative in saying, what should I turn on? And there's a lot of AI in Zoom under the settings that is basically what? Turned off by the administration, and they don't allow me or you to even use it. Do you understand? But the summary, I think it's snuck through because this is new. So most times when people are using Zoom, they don't even have that available. But I wanted you to have it available because you see an advantage to it. Besides the down part, Zach, what's the advantage?
The advantage is that it summarizes the meeting and gets the big bullet points.
Right,
it's very
right,
easy to look at and
right,
accessible.
and it's quick. You don't want to listen to another hour and a half of me yapping. When's the test, right? And what's due tomorrow or the next day, right? And then if you're in a business meeting, what do you want to do? Give me the key points, and if there's something there I need, then I can go maybe into certain places. And then what I want is basically break it down into chapters for me, right? I don't want to, or find something everywhere that it said test, find me where it is test. So we can do a lot of this stuff in the summaries that it's available. So do you see that? Now it comes back. So I want you to put this in, and then, Zach, what's interesting is see how accurate it is. Probably, that's why I say people still need to work with AI, because sometimes it didn't take the key points that it should have. But in this case, it wasn't bad. Sebastian, it got his name, discussed the tool to track summaries in Zoom session. It got the gender right, mentioned that after a Zoom session ends, blah, 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 blah. And later on, what we want to do is evaluate these systems and see what are these systems, what are the pluses, what are the minuses, what can they do, and then takeaways and then challenges. And those takeaways and the challenges, later on, AI could do that for you too, couldn't it, Zach? Theoretically. But you would need to be paying attention enough to know that ease. So my point to you, and what I'm trying to do to convince the university is, I think even though you say that the students won't pay attention, those that don't pay attention, at least they have the bullet points. Those that even pay attention, at least who can remember all this, right? Like Sophia, how can you remember everything that you did? There's so much thrown at you. This way you can review it. Everybody with me so far that we can do this. So this is what you needed to do. So on all your assignment groups, right, if I looked at Valentina and so forth, under the Zoom individual assignment, notice it was the same, where I had Thomas, I had the cloud recording, the live, the showcase. Notice it says Thomas, right? And then it used the gender he, takeaways, challenges and solutions, and we have then everyone in their group that has done it. And the next part, if I go back to the assignments, is in group 0, your next assignment is what it's called Zoom group assignment. And in Zoom group assignment, what I want emphasized is right here, is all the team members that were present, not that are members of your group, but are members in the recording. So some people may not show up, right? So all those, the Zoom cloud reporting, the YouTube, the showcase, I would put just a line here, Sebastian, just to, since we have lines here, but see, AI, companion, summaries, why do I have 2?
What do you mean?
This says AI companion.
Oh, because that is the AI companion, but in the actual meeting we talked about how to do the AI companion part.
Okay, okay.
That's why there's two of them.
Okay, summaries. Okay, fine. Perfect. So in this case, all right. Just to make sure that it's done. Okay. Very nice. And then we have the remote. So he's shown you Daniel and Sebastian, who are my present teaching assistants. Sebastian's in this class, helping out every time. Here, basically, you can see here, you want to try this out. So what you want to showcase is how to do co-host promotion, and not only doing co-host promotion, but you should also figure out what is the purpose of this. What can a co-host do that a host doesn't? What, Thomas, this sounds like almost roles that we talked about before, right, Thomas? Co-host promotion is that in a Zoom meeting, probably the co-host has other roles than not. In breakout rooms, what's the difference? Can co-host be part of a breakout room? In co-host, can co-hosts create polls? Who can take polls, who cannot? Do chat, live transcription, talk about AI companion summary, spotlighting users. So besides talking about this, in your recording, you actually show how to do it. So this Zoom recording and live stream link, which should be really the same content, right? You're just live streaming. This is just delayed. You should be making a tutorial showing how to use all these features as a group. And everyone in your group should be participating and talking about it. Even when you should be prepared for this assignment for Wednesday, before you go and record it, you should know how to do all of this so it will be done quickly rather than you basically searching and figuring it out on the fly. And then this is it. So these are takeaways, and this is done. And you can, the beauty here is you can then view these groups of assignments and groups. You can review these groups. So I can see then the Zoom group assignment. Well, this shouldn't be the Zoom group assignment. It should be reading like this. There shouldn't be another folder, but I guess maybe this is a placeholder, Thomas? Who's group one? In this case, is a placeholder. And if I have group two, you can see Zoom group assignment, this needs to be placed in. Questions? Andrea? Questions, okay. So if we need to, so Lily, so what can we say about Zoom for the next assignment? What's the difference between the group assignment versus the individual one?
If I'm totally honest, I haven't looked at the assignment yet.
Okay.
But I can look at it right now. And
okay. One of the good things, Lily, is that we want to be totally honest because it's going to show, right? So even in this case, right, it's done. But one of the issues, Lily, is that what I'm concerned about, this is due on Wednesday. So
well, my group and I have already planned on meeting tomorrow. So
oh, okay, good. So what I suggest is even when you meet, is make sure almost draft it all out of what all this assignment is, figure it out, and then start recording.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Lily, as a tutorial, you understand, you want to make it as a tutorial that they're not humming and hawing and then saying, I don't know what to do, right?
Yeah.
But what you may want to do is discuss, this is where we had an issue and this is where I see a discrepancy. Or someone in the classes, I tried it and it didn't work. And someone else can say, this is how you do it. Or who can take a poll and who can't.
Okay. But we also do big breakout rooms as well. That's different from the individual assignment.
All of it's different. Did you do a poll in the first one? Yeah, right. And would it make sense to do a poll by yourself?
No,
Yeah.
that'd be pretty sad.
Right, the whole idea of a poll. So these are all things that you need as a group, as basically if you were going to be Lily, as that promoting somebody's brand, right? Is that you're going to have, you don't want to be doing it by yourself. You want to be promoting co-hosts. Can you promote more than one co-host? Because you don't want to be doing everything by yourself, right? So many times, my teaching assistants, I'll say, oh, I need to basically promote them to do what? To maybe create a breakout room, to create a poll. And then can a creator take the poll? You have to figure that out. So make it the tutorial as basically as captivating as possible, but you need to do your preparation.
No, yeah. I'm gonna definitely read it over.
Okay, right. I'm gonna read it over and then even meet as a group. As you meet as a group, plan on a longer meeting of your group tomorrow to say, hey, we want to make sure, does everybody understand this? Did you try this out? And then go for it of the recording, just like you do on any part. So that's what I want to make sure, because I see everybody say, oh, well, wait, till 10 minutes before, a half hour before the class, and this is not going to work correctly, right? But it's the idea that you can also bond with your group. And then because in the first assignment, really, I think a number of people said I didn't really work with my group. So then you can basically see it. We're going to be doing other group and individual assignments for the following week. So I want to make that clear. So now if I share, any other questions? Thomas, is there anything in the chat that I need to address?
Nothing right now.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go back to my regular section. I call it my regular section, right? Where you don't see, in this case, if I look at it, I see my regular section, right? Under my what's due or what. And then we talked about the idea of software and hardware, you remember? And we talked about the differences here about last time, how the CPU worked. We talked about primary storage, and then we talked about computer memory, primary and storage on that. And what did I say? A lot of times I said what? Go look it up, right? See what's available. So let me do this. Let's see. So let's see here.
Hello.
Hi, Eric. This is Dr. Rush. I'm with my class, and I want to find out what's the difference between primary memory and secondary memory. And I'd like you to explain it step by step and pause in between your steps. Can you do that for me, Eric?
Primary memory, also known as RAM random access memory, is a volatile memory technology where data is stored temporarily while a computer is running. Pausing for your response.
Okay, so I'm using, did everybody understand? I'm using this program called Call Annie. The number is 640, call Sam. And if I look at the web call, I can look at my calls. And if I can see it, I see here today is 2/3/4/20. I can look at it and notice what I like here. Do you see this, Gia? What I like here is I have the text to it. Hi, Eric. And then he's telling me primary memory, also known as random access memory, is volatile memory technology where data is stored temporarily while the computer is running. And I'm asking him to pause for his response because many times Eric gives me a lot of data that can be overwhelming. So this is where we have then that we can call and we can talk to him. I can basically see what he is. I can choose different Amados. So we talked about, Eric, random access memory, which is volatile. Can you tell us what volatile means?
Volatile refers to a type of memory that loses its stored data when power is turned off.
And what is secondary memory?
Secondary memory refers to non-volatile storage devices, such as hard drives, solid-state drives, and flip drives, that retain data even when power is turned off.
So how does RAM differ from secondary storage in running programs?
RAM random access memory differs from secondary storage in that it provides fast, temporary storage for data and programs that the CPU is currently using, allowing for quick access and execution, whereas secondary storage holds data and programs long-term, but requires more time to access and load into RAM for use by the CPU.
So what's interesting here, Eric, is any software has to be loaded into RAM. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. For a program to be executed by the CPU, it must be loaded from secondary storage into RAM, where the CPU can access and run its instructions.
Thank you. We'll talk later, and we'll talk later and see how we can use you. Thank you so much. I'm hanging up. Any other words of wisdom for my class?
No additional words of wisdom at this time. Have a good day.
Okay. So that was Eric. Call Annie is another basic motto.
Oh.
Hi, Annie. This is Dr. Rush, and I'm with my class of IT, and we'd like you to answer some of our questions and help us review. Are you ready?
Hi, Dr. Rush. Nice to meet your class. I'd love to help with your questions. Go ahead and ask away. I'm all ears.
Okay. What I'm wanting to ask you about is, first we were talking about primary storage versus secondary storage. What's the advantage of primary storage over secondary storage?
Primary storage is like the superhero of storage. It's faster and more accessible. The main advantage is that it's volatile, meaning it's where your computer stores data temporarily while it's being processed, so it's way quicker to access and retrieve info. Think of it like having your favorite books on your desk versus on a bookshelf in the basement. You can grab what you need much faster.
Okay, that's really great. I like that idea. I have on my screen here for my students, for the second chapter, it talks about system software, and it has in the middle hardware. Then it has another level of system software and another level of application software. Can you tell me what's the difference between hardware versus system software versus application software?
Think of it like a house. Hardware is like the physical building, the foundation, walls, and roof. System software is like the plumbing, electrical, and HVAC systems. It makes the house functional and running smoothly. And application software is like the furniture and decorations. It's what makes the house livable and useful for specific tasks, like a bed for sleeping or a kitchen for cooking. Each layer builds on the previous one to create a functional whole.
Okay, so what's the difference? What is system software versus application software? What's the difference, and why do businesses care?
System software is like the operating system. It manages the hardware and provides a platform for other software to run on. Think of it like the iPhone's iOS. It makes the phone work. Application software, on the other hand, is like the apps on your phone, like Facebook or Instagram. They perform specific tasks. Businesses care because system software keeps their operations running, while application software helps them get specific jobs done, like accounting or marketing. It's like having a car system software and then using it to drive to work. Application software.
Thank you. We'll talk later, and we'll figure out whether we want to talk to you or talk to Eric. Do you know Eric in Call Annie? He's another Armato. You're
He wants to know I have some competition. I
yeah,
don't know Eric, but I'm sure
he's great. Bye. And now what you can do is I can then go to my, as I said, my web calls. I can go to my calls, and then you can see that it made another call here at 24. And you could then even just copy all the text that you have from Annie. And the other thing that I wanted, so what'd you think? So Soren, what did you think about that? Call Annie.
I thought it was pretty interesting. I mean, I didn't really know stuff like that. It was like websites like that were just like pretty openly out there.
Yeah.
So, like, were easily accessible. So
yeah. So basically, what Call Annie does, it started as a phone number that you can do. Basically, 640. Call Sam. Let me just share my screen. And what we're going to try to do then, Soren, for studying for the exams is we're going to look at other software to help you study for the exams. And that'll be an assignment. Putting all the PowerPoints, putting all the other materials in, and having it come with a study guide and also create questions for you. And that'll be one of our, what do you think of that as an assignment? So we can we get him out here? So anyways, so that is what I wanted to show you. Next time what we'll do is we'll try, if we can try chat call 800 chat GPT. Anybody ever try it? Jasper, on your phone, did you ever try calling 1-800?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I've talked to the AIs on Instagram before that.
Yeah. So there's different ones that we are. So next time what we'll do is we'll try different ones and see, even almost, I'm thinking about it as a professor assistant. Rather, Jasper, when I'm saying go look it up, have Annie go look it up. You know what I mean? Have Eric go look it up and help us and see how that can work in terms of seeing if that could be almost as having a, I have teaching assistants in training, and I have AIs that are in training. So come up with some ideas on it of what you think about for it. So we basically kind of, as they were talking about, is the idea, the next chapter we talk about is when they talk about hardware, they're talking about operating systems and application software. So if I think about it, Jasper, what's an operating system? What operating systems do you know? Do you know any?
Like Mac OS.
Right, Mac OS. What, do you have an operating system on your phone?
Like iOS.
iOS, right? And what's OS stand for?
I couldn't tell you.
Hey, what did I just ask you?
Yeah, I could tell.
What did I say for that chapter? When I looked at that chapter, right? When I looked at, let me just share my screen. When we look at that chapter, right? When I looked at that chapter, that system software, example of system software is operating systems.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So when I say, oh, yeah, we know we're right, right? So when I say, oh, yeah, I'm right, so what would that be? So iOS stands for, the OS stands for what, Jasper? It says it, right. You know it, right? But you never even, you just use OS. But that's basically why it's doing it as operating systems. And Mac OS, you see the tendency? It's a different operating system that allows us what? For that machine to be able, of its software, but it's the software, the goal of the software is to basically have that system like your phone or your PC operate together, where you want to save a file, you want to print a file, you want to transfer a file, you want to upload a file. That's done by what? The operating system. and you're using different applications, Jasper, right? And application software is everything else that you use, right? Is Zoom an application software? Of course it is. And basically, is your Gmail an application software? Of course. Is Word, is Excel, all of those that you're doing tasks, those are called application software. And many times on the application software could also be in terms of when they use the security. Have you ever used Duo, Jasper?
Yeah, I have to use Duo every day.
Right, every day. It's a pain, right? So no, so in the idea we'll talk about another assignment is we're going to have the directory of security come in 2 weeks. And one of the things that I want him to show us is, one is to show us neat things that we're supposed to be aware of security, but others I want to do like a chat session and have each group come up with questions. And one of a question maybe somebody says is, why do we have to use Duo, right? Why do I have to change my password all the time? But we'll have him come, and maybe we'll also have some of our Gen AIs come as well. Okay. Andrea, do I need anything to tell anyone?
No, nothing in the chat.
Okay. So what we need to do, right, Lily, is prepare now. We know what we have to do is all these groups have to prepare for the assignment that it will be a tutorial. Everybody, Lily, will participate in the group. You know, some people will be different roles. Lily, you can take the initiative. I'm giving you the idea. Already you're ahead of your group, right? You've scanned through it a minute, right? Before we started the class, right? You're ahead of 90% probably of the class, right? And being able to give a great tutorial. And what the beauty is, Lily, do you know how to do any of this beforehand? To create polls and things like that? Have you ever done it before?
No,
But that's the great thing. Isn't it great that you'll be able to know how to do it? And you'll be able to share it. And you'll have a recording of it that you can show other people. And they can come if you're going to be sharing your YouTube channel, right, that you can get outside subscribers. And you can even make a description on your YouTube channel. What are you doing? And creating, in this case, you can then copy it and pass it out to other places. And you can promote it, right? Of Lily's tips and tricks of branding yourself. Okay? So, but that's what you want to think about, is not just an assignment, but hey, this is pretty neat. I can use it. And how can I use it? And that's what you'll talk about in your class, is where is it going to be appropriate? Within not only education, but within business. And then how do you do it? Okay? All right. So stay with me if you have questions. I'm going to do attendance now. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to go back and do attendance. I'm going to go to check-in. Start check-in, and 4478. And Sebastian, if you can stay with me, it'd be great. And my teaching assistants in training, and anyone else that has any issues. If you have any issues about accommodations on testing or something, rest assured that we'll have all the accommodations will be done in person the time of the exam. Okay? So if Sebastian, if you can put in 4478 in the chat in case people need it.
I already put it in the chat.
Oh, so good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Dr. Rush?
Yes.
I was actually just wondering about accommodations. I was meaning to ask you about that.
Yes.
For exams, because I know they're in person.
Yeah, they're in person, and everyone that needs accommodations will meet the time of the exam, and you'll get accommodated. Or I mean, not you, no. And then even
I don't have to book the ODS. I can just do it.
And not even that. You know why I love it so much better, Matthew? Is when you have a question, I can answer it. Right? You're not clear about a question. What can ODS help you? You know what I mean? when they're, how much do you,
exactly. Oh, I know a lot of teachers like it one way, a lot of
yeah, I
teachers
know,
like
but
it the way that
I'm
you
just
do it,
saying
so
what
always
I
wanna-
like it is that everybody's with me, and that's the beauty here when we're doing it online, that everybody, when we do tests, it's in person. So just make sure. So as a matter of fact, a couple of the ODS, I told them too, is tell them to see me directly. Makes it, I think it makes it perfect for everybody, you know, and sometimes you don't need even the extra time. You'll get as much time as you need, you know, a lot of times, even with ODS. But whatever you have, you'll be set, you know, you'll be with me. And then if you have a question, raise your hand, come up to me, and then you can answer it, and that's quick. And you're not at a disadvantage. You know, no one is at a disadvantage. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I think you have my accommodations.
Okay.
I
Let me just,
Professor Memo.
yeah, fine. But just make sure that you have it, and before the, just when you enter the exam, just remind me, and then we'll just have, you know what I mean, that we'll
Perfect.
have it. Perfect. And then
Yep,
that way it
thank you
makes
so
it,
much.
and then it reduces a lot of stress, in my opinion. You know, part of the thing is the stress. You know, I have your back. You know what I mean? That's what you need. Everybody needs each other, you know, in the collaboration. So you have my back as well, and I have yours. So I'll be there to.
And I appreciate that.
Perfect. So hopefully that'll work out. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
it's recorded. You know, everything's recorded here as well.
Yes.
Perfect.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you. What else? So Zach, what's your issue?
My attendance just won't work.
Okay. So Sebastian, can you be so kind and put Zach's attendance in? Thank you. Okay, and just
Thank
make
you.
sure. And Christian, what you have an issue that you need to discuss?
Yeah, so I think I texted Sebastian about this, but I was taking the quiz, and I think the last question on the quiz is wrong.
Okay, great. Extra credit then, if that's the case. You know what I mean? You should deserve
Yeah.
seriously, because most people just, right, Thomas? Most people just put in something and that's it. So basically, so go over for which exam, for which quiz?
That's the quiz on, I think it's just on software, whatever the quiz.
Oh, on software. Okay, it's the one that's multiple, or it's the one from that you can take twice?
Yeah, you can take it twice.
Okay, so what's the question?
The question, it's the last question. It's asking about operating
Sometimes.
systems.
Okay, and what does it say?
And it said that I put it's like, which of these isn't an operating system?
And what are my choices?
And I can take it again. I don't want to like use my last.
No, but what are the choices? So what is?
I remember one of the choices is like IBM, and then another one was Windows, and then I think it was Mac OS, and then it was Google Chrome.
Okay.
And I put Google Chrome isn't an operating system, and it says that I got it wrong.
Okay, and IBM is an operating system. Okay, just go back. Go search it and put those. Go search it in one of the chat.
Yeah, when I put it in, because I wanted to check.
Yeah.
It said that it was.
Okay. All right, we'll talk about it on Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Okay. So, questions, comments? We're ready? So everybody understand then the group. So that's the only thing I think that people don't realize they have to be prepared for doing that recording. So you want to be prepared, start recording when you know what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, it's just scheduling. Because
I know, that's the problem. I know everybody's problem. I know, that's a problem. That's a problem with the group. I know, that's a problem with the group sessions. You know, that's a problem. That's why most of the time we're doing individual and helping the groups. But this is important kind of to see it. So hopefully you'll get it done. All right. Talk to you later then. Thank you so much, both of you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rush. Thanks, Sebastian.
Thank you, Sebastian. Bye.
Welcome, guys. See you Wednesday.
Bye. See you Wednesday. Okay, Sebastian, what's up? What do I need to know?
This kid's having an issue with live streaming on YouTube.
Okay. There's issues all the time. So just tell him to document it. Tell him to document the issues. I had a hard time. I had a problem live streaming too today.
Yeah, he said something about you have exceeded your.
I got that too.
You know how to fix it?
We have to research it. I got that today too, so it may have been just today. He got it too?
He got it, and.
So it may be something today because I got it too.
Okay.
So put it in. We should put it in. What did it say? We should just even put it in. What did it say? You exceeded your limit. I think it's an error or something.
Cannot be completed because you have exceeded your.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, let's research it, you know. YouTube. Error message today. I think it's YouTube because notice I stream a lot, right? But these guys haven't, right? Yeah. So let me talk to you later, okay?
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Professor.
Bye. just finish it out. Daniel,
Hello.
how are you? You okay?
Oh, yeah. My computer's not working.
Okay.
Get a part for it.
I have a lot of issues. Listen, I tried to stream today, and YouTube said I hit my limit in streaming. And then I thought, well, maybe this is new. But then another student, I was asking Sebastian what's going on at the end of the class, and he said a student had an issue that they got the same error message. So I could see that I could have gotten the same error message, but he shouldn't have been. So if you can do me a favor, try streaming through the UM.
I'll try right after class.
You know what I mean? Try streaming and see if, I'll try today, if it's a problem because we're using the university. Now they're not allowing, I don't know. You know what I mean?
That would not be good.
Right. But, you know what I mean? Or we'll have to search it. I read something about they, for 10 devices or something. Maybe I'll try it and then I'll try using maybe another account that I have to see if it's that account. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But always issues, you know?
Yeah.
And then there was a thing I don't know if he did it for all sections. I told him to add with the assignment 2 to put IQ companion. That wasn't in the sample. You know, in the Zoom, in assignment 1, IQ companion was
the
there.
AI summary.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's called IQ. I don't know.
I'll change that.
Yeah, I think he changed it, but it was a little bit confusing the way he changed it for the students to follow, I thought.
I'll change that.
Yeah. What else do I need to know about? So
Is Logan coming today?
I haven't heard from him.
Okay.
So I expect not, but you know what I mean? We'll see what other, issue. And then I asked Amelie, I asked Amelie to come on Wednesday's class.
I sent her the link.
Good. And she wants a recommendation. But I was thinking maybe text her or see that she would, if she could maybe proctor the K section for the exam. What do you think?
I'll ask.
Yeah. Give her the times and just the date. Just that she has to come and being proctor. But since she's been, she's not in the class. I thought that was a good idea. What do you think?
I think so too.
And she wants, I always say, it's which I was thinking about it, because I can do the last section, but it's always helpful, to have another proctor. And worst comes to worst, and you know what we should also do is ask Sebastian, maybe for, and he'll get paid for it, to see if he can proctor also just for that, that day. What is it, March 3rd?
Yeah.
What else do I need to know?
Other than that, I sent an email that they should put the section when they send an email.
Yes, yeah, I saw that.
That helps.
Yeah, no, it helps a lot. You have to go, and it says that in the
Going through
course
the users
syllabus.
every time.
What?
I end up going through the users every time.
Yeah,
It is
no,
in the syllabus.
yeah, no, and it says so in the syllabus. But why don't you make a point in the beginning of the class? You can let them know, and you can also maybe put it in the chat, once we do that. But also, because sometimes people don't, coming in and out, don't pay it. Do it both ways, yeah, for sure. What else do I need to recall? Another thing that I was thinking about is we have him coming on the 17th.
Yeah.
Maybe we could have then put up a short little thing that each group come up with 3 questions for him. What do you think, 3 or 4 questions? What do you,
Sure.
For preparation? We can go over beforehand. Maybe next week we can go over who he is, what's his role.
Should they put that in the audit section?
Yeah, what do you think? Putting up a couple questions.
I think so.
Yeah. And you can even put questions that you have for him. You and well, this is just for, he's coming just for J and K. And we can maybe announce to H that he's coming if they would like to participate. We can give the link out.
Amelie is inactive, she said, so she's not on campus.
Oh, so she can't. She's not. So she said no.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Okay.
I think she's just not a student anymore or something. I don't know.
She's not a. Okay.
She said, I have an inactive status, so I'm not on campus.
Okay. That's. Then ask also Sebastian.
I'm asking Sebastian.
Yeah, just ask him for the March 3rd if he's available. And let him know that he can clock in. You know what I mean? For that.
Yeah.
An incentive. You know what I mean? Did you have class? You know what I mean? And that you know, since you have class, you can always stop by at the end of your class. So, or,
I
yeah.
can ask to be early.
No, I don't want you to. You remember? No.
We usually get out early though.
Okay, but whenever you get, but I don't want special permission.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your classes take precedent. You know what I mean? If you get out early, that's fine. But you can tell them that sometimes maybe even the first half hour. You know what I mean? Yeah, just even ask them for that, the first 30. You know, just to get everybody settled. If you can come the first 30 minutes. And if not, that's okay too. Okay, so what else do I need? Anything else? We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll talk about. So you're going to come tonight after your class?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so just come and stop by, even if we don't have someone else coming. You know what I mean? We can just touch base of where we're going. Okay, so everyone get your webcams on. Has anyone had problems streaming to YouTube today? Anyone tried? Let's see. Well, I have 15 participants.
Sebastian can, Professor.
Sebastian can?
Yeah.
Proctor? Perfect. So tell him thank you for me. Appreciate it. And then that you'll back him up.
I'll be in the room, I'll be in the class. Like online.
Oh, you have a class online on Mondays?
Yeah, 3:30.
On Wednesday? Okay. Okay. I thought you had Wendy, no?
That's after. So like the 3:30 one, I'll be in the room. And the after one, I'll be on and Wendy.
At the 7. Yeah. Oh, 3:30. Oh, you mean beforehand. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Sebastian's there for. I just needed for the 6:30 one, 6:30 slot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. So. Okay. Okay. It takes a while for everybody to get online in the beginning. So Isa, how's it going? You have any questions about the assignments?
No, everything's great, thank you.
Okay, and what about the second assignment? Have you looked it over?
Yes, we have. Our group is fixing to meet tomorrow, hopefully, so we can do it.
Okay, and you've looked at the assignment? Have you tried to see how to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we'll be okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, and then I'll try today. I'm having some issues with streaming to YouTube. So you remember we talked about our issues of having control. So we'll start. Okay, so do I have any volunteers to man the chat group? Man the moderate? Who will? Emerson? Thank you for volunteering. And who else? I always like to have 2 people. Any other volunteers to man the chat group? Okay, great, Heidi. I appreciate it so much. So let me know. You know you can just unmic yourself and let me know that this is an important question that we can need to do, and that Daniel is always online. Daniel, my lead teaching assistant, has done a tremendous job, and I appreciate the work that he's done for myself and for you guys too. I think you guys can, you're lucky to have him. And also, he basically is the lead for all my sections, but especially you're lucky that he's here, live with you almost every time, so you can kind of directly connect with him as well. So hopefully we can, everybody can be online and we can see what the situation is. Okay, so let me start recording as everyone gets on. I'm recording to the cloud. Hopefully that will work. And it seems like it's working, right? You see me recording to the cloud, it's working. Now I have an issue last time with live streaming to YouTube. I'm going to try the same account to see. And let me see, it is training, what happens. It says public go live, let's see. And it says you've exceeded your quota. So let me just close that. Let me just try another account of mine. Let me go live there. Let's see. Let's see if it will work.
Now it seems to work.
Yeah. So isn't that interesting? So maybe I can contact them or something to see what is the issue, because I haven't, because other students were having those issues as well. Okay, welcome, folks. And then, Daniel, when you get a chance, go ahead and see for yourself. I got an issue with that I exceeded my quota when I was using it as training. And in my other class, another student got that as well. If you get issues, what should you do then, Mark?
You should contact you or Daniel.
Well, no, first, what should you do? Before you contact me, what should you do?
You should try to figure it out.
Well, first of all, you want to document it, right, Mark?
Yeah.
That's what you want to do. You want to document your work, because we may be able to figure out, but it may be beyond my control. Do I have control over YouTube? No, right, Mark? I have no control over YouTube, right? Many times they say they have to wait 48 hours. I'm not giving you, or 24 hours. I'm not giving you. I don't have the control, right? It's even sometimes on Blackboard. I don't have, do I have full control of Blackboard? I have over my section, but many times I don't have full control over Blackboard. I don't have full control to make another section. So it's basically, those are areas. So the key here, if you encounter a problem, then what I want you to do is document that problem, and you can even record that problem. You can even record it in as a cloud recording, or also as recording to your computer, recording that. And then, Mark, what do you want to do is then investigate, are there other people that know how to resolve it? And then you can reach out to us to see if you have that issue. And then it may be that we'll try to investigate it to others. And it may be an issue that we'll try to figure out what was the issue there. Because now I can record to another channel of mine, but it's not available. Okay, what else is going on? And those of you that have not had your webcams on, you know that's a requirement for the class unless you've gotten permission ahead of time. Okay? And Noah and Faz. Okay. Any questions before I begin? So I have my recordings done. I have my on screen. So let's begin. Let me start sharing the screen. What I want to do today is talk about our assignments for the next time we meet. I want to talk about operating systems, software, applications, hardware, and see how people can help each other. Okay, any questions, Emerson, from the chat that I need to deal with?
No, we're all good.
We're all good. That's what I love to hear. We're all good. Okay, one more couple of housekeeping chores is we have in person March 3rd our exam. If you have any accommodations, you will always do it within the class. So come to the class if you're having it, okay? And if somebody needs to be, does somebody need to turn off their mic? Do we have that? Okay, all right. And that is, and then Daniel, do you want to make anytime that you are emailing myself, or Daniel, you remember that, Mark, when you were saying you were going to contact us, is what do you want to put in the subject line? Jared, what do you want to make sure you put in the subject line? If you're emailing me or Daniel or any of our other teaching assistants.
Section J.
Right, because it's basically, how could I forget you, Jared, with the J, right? Section J and a J, but other than that, everyone else, I just know I know you, but I don't know what section you are. So make sure that we don't have to worry about that. Anything else, Daniel, that you'd like to report to the students before we start?
No, I mean, the assignment was extended, the individual assignment to today, so make sure that's in
right
as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the one is due Wednesday, the group
Yeah.
one. So
okay, great. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to share. And in this case, I share my screen. And you can see here, you see us here. I go to section J. You see on Zoom meetings, everybody is able to see that we have cloud recordings. So anyone asking about any recordings, you know you always can go to Blackboard to see your recordings. And let's make sure that we know what's due. In the what's due section, you know that last Wednesday our audit assignment was extended till today. The digital communications, we talked about it, that all of these audit assignments should be recorded as a tutorial. We had the tech guide 1 hardware. the adaptive assignments, the quizzes, and the readings. And then for this Wednesday, we have the audit assignment, software, the adaptive assignment, and quizzes. The one thing that I note, Daniel, and then later on we can switch it. The last question of the quizzes, it talks about Google Chrome, and it should say Chrome OS.
I can change that right now.
You know what I mean? Rather than it's Google Chrome, and the way you can think about it is a browser, right?
Yeah,
and Chrome. Yeah, so that needs to be changed on that. Okay, so that's confusing because you could say, hey, that's not an operating system. Okay, so we have this, and then the widely reading and adaptive, you know, always the same thing. The Tech Guide 1 should have been done last week. And then the hardware adaptive assignment. Should appear, I should have a different version, right, of my adaptive assignment. Okay, and then I can see here that I don't know what happened to these 6 students. If they've changed sections or they're no longer in the class, but 6 students haven't started. Okay, so I know that. Now, my question to everyone is, we talk about roles and the access with the need to know. And if I look at my version, I have on my Blackboard, I have what I see: users, groups, and users. So Heidi, do you see groups and users on your section?
No.
No. And if I go under users, what should I see under users? What role is everyone in this class, in this section?
Students.
Students. So I should be able to see, right, that I should be able to see all the students, and you see here they're all listed as students, and then you see Daniel is promoted to teaching assistant, and I have another teaching assistant of Sebastian. So in this, what we call this is, we call it, basically we call it in this way, I call this a learning management system. The acronym is LMS, and the whole idea of this is, basically, if I think about an LMS, this is software. This is what we call application software for a learning management system. It can be used in education, it can be used in business. If I'm going to be having all my employees learn and keep score of what they're doing, I can use a learning management system. And in this case, your role is student, and Daniel and Sebastian have teaching assistant, and I have role of instructor. So the idea becomes then, Heidi, if you open up another section of Blackboard, you have another section, Heidi, of Blackboard, and what's that section? If you go to courses, what is that section?
That's the audit one, so then we're teaching assistants.
Right, so I had to ask permission from the administration, those that control, right, Mark, other people control, those that can control the audit, and open up your audit section. Everybody open up your audit section. Mark, did you open up your audit section as well?
I'm opening up.
Yeah, right. And Heidi, did you open it up? Heidi?
I'm gonna go open it up.
Yeah, open it up. And Emerson, did you open it up?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, do it right now. So, because my section, even though I say audit, we have to prove each other, right? You know, who knows what is given the fact. And Emerson, tell me when you get it.
All right, I got it.
Okay, do you have users and groups down below here?
Let me see.
Under course management? You see here? You have it, user. Click on users and groups. Everybody click on users and groups. And now you have it, and then users, what should be listed as users? Before you even click, Emerson, what should, everybody's listed in here, and what is the role of everyone in here?
Teaching assistant.
Teaching assistants. Okay? But myself, right, and some of you, Anna, are you here? Anna Hollister? She in class today? Notice Anna Hollister.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, my audio.
Okay, right. So Anna, you have some others. Yours looks different than others. Why? You see that, Anna?
Yes, I do.
And why is it? Any idea? What other role do you play at the university? Are you just a regular?
I'm an athlete.
You're an athlete.
So yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Right. What athletics do you do?
I run track.
You run track. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you think that has anything to do with it?
Does that mean that they can see?
Yes.
My blackboard?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's good to know, right? Did you know that even?
No.
Right. So I'm letting you know because we're disclosing here, right? And now, and what it is why can you disclose that? Because you're a teaching assistant. You can see it on your end, right? But on the regular end, it's almost like we rehearsed it, Anna. We got to think, why is it different? Do you see this? How they put it into Blackboard is every student athlete has a group of people that see what she has in her grade, basically keeping track of you. And what the university had to give permission for that. And it's interesting, I'm just thinking on the side, is I'm on a computer committee, and that was one of the issues that came up one time. That people were saying, because what is our role? When I talk about roles when I talked about roles, what do I always say about roles, Anna? This is a great learning moment. When I talk about roles, what do I always say in IT, information technology, is the need to know. So they've decided at the university, because you're an athlete and there's some type of arrangement and you're mating, they've decided that they can have access and follow you as along. Whether that, then you have to do that. But it was interesting because, remember in our other section, we weren't, as students, you're not even able to see who is following you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so it's just interesting. You see all these people with their name, and you can see there's just not one. You're so popular, right? It's like the whole crew there it has access to your, besides, I know I get, this you probably know, I get a request a couple times a semester to ask how my athletes are proceeding in my class. You understand? Sometimes
I've heard about that, yes.
Yeah, but I get that. So I respond to that because I know the university has an agreement, but other people, even if your parents called me one time, right, and say, how is our dear Anna doing? I wouldn't share that because in that case, I don't know if they need to know. You know what I mean? We signed any agreement. But here at the university, Blackboard has given them, the administrators have given them that permission. No one asked me, just so you know, that's beyond my role because I don't administer those courses. But I've promoted you here as teaching assistant. They may be a little bit confused, right? Well, they're following you, but that's, you know, that's their issue. But it's interesting that I wanted to show everybody that need to know. Now, what can you do now that we're on a roll now, and that you were there, and it looks like for the time being so far, how do I know this? Because all my athletes have this besides them. You don't understand, other students don't. And I know it from the past, is I am situated in this case, that if I go to show all, right, and if I go down, right, everyone is basically a teaching instructor except for me. You see that? Teaching assistant except for me. So the question becomes, Anna, is what's the difference? And is there any? So my question is there a roles IT need to know, and what's the difference in Blackboard between teaching assistant and instructor? And the difference is you can do, as a teaching assistant, you can do everything that I can do. The only difference is, can you promote people? Can you delete people, Anna? You can. Can you demote people? You can. Can you make somebody a teaching assistant, make them a student? Yes, you can. Can you delete their materials? Yes, you can. You have full control, but the only difference is you can delete everyone in the class besides me. So that's the only difference. So I guess that idea, I'm the instructor here, I'm getting, that's part of my assignment. So to teach this class, I've made an agreement with the university to do that along with my research and service activities. Okay, so we have this done. We know that this has been completed. And then the other idea here in assignment in groups, Anna, you can see here, then this is where we have the groups. And if I go to group 0, you can see here that what we're doing in this case is making the Zoom individual assignment, which you should have done, and then the Zoom group assignment, which is due on Wednesday. The other one was due today. We extended it. And in this case, the Zoom cloud recording you have it without a password. So we're leaving the same settings as before. You have the YouTube live streaming. Here I want you, Anna, is to put in your team members that were present in the recording. So if you have, Anna, other team members that didn't show up, you don't want to have them present, and you want then all of your group members to be listed, and then you want this to be a tutorial. So as you meet, you want to be able to know ahead of time how to do a co-host promotion, how to do breakout rooms, poll, chat, live, transcription, AI companion summary, spotlighting users, remote control. And then as you discuss it and you show it by how, Anna, by sharing your screens, make it a tutorial. So do you know how to do all of these? Probably not, but you'll learn how to do it. And in this case, you can teach others by those recordings. And then think about how could you use that not only in educational settings, but how could it be useful for you in business settings? Why would that be important? And show in remote control, have one person take control of another person's, computer, live stream to YouTube. If it doesn't work for one student, try it out on another. And then AI companion, cut and paste the AI companion and put what you've learned, your takeaways, and your challenges. So it's not difficult, but it's the idea that I want you to be able to work in groups, right? I want you to be able to do the groups. Plus, I want you to be familiar with your groups. Any questions on that? Anna, you have any questions? Yes, no, I can't hear you.
No, I do not.
Okay, so that's the idea that, so you see there's quite a few things that's why it's important that what I suggest is by your group should meet sometime before Wednesday, so you can have this all prepared. Okay, so the assignment groups then should be the same. So if I go to any of these assignment groups, then this is not good, right? Because all of this, I don't know, what is this? Whose is this? What is this? Create a Zoom meeting, how to enable. This should be basically, I don't even know whose this is. This group, the Zoom individual assignment. Jared, this is within your group, I see, Jared. So this is in whoever is in that last one, you have to figure that. So you have to figure it out and put it together. So even though this is your individual assignment, you as a group need to make sure that your group is properly set, right? That under Zoom, it should look like this, Zoom individual assignment. And then this is with Alex and Ethan and Adam and okay, so it should be all looking the same. And in this case, you should have another folder, of course, for your group assignment. Questions before we proceed? Okay, so I think we're fine here. And now I'm going to go to my regular section. You don't have this, right? In your regular section, you don't have this appearing. So if I go to PowerPoints and Documents, these are where my PowerPoints are. You should have downloaded your first, you can download information systems, the hardware and the software. Last time I think we talked about hardware. Let me just go back to hardware here. And if I look at my hardware, I can go to my downloads, and I know from my TG1, I can see that I also have my hardware that we talked about last time, right? You remember we talked about the CPU, primary and secondary storage, and last time we talked about the CPU, how it worked, the CPU works, and the advances in computer design. And you remember we talked about primary storage and secondary storage and how much we have. Do you remember that? Emerson, do you remember that last time we talked about primary storage and secondary storage?
Right.
Okay, and what is the differences between it, and what did I ask you to do is ask you to find out how much do you have, how much RAM do you have, how much secondary storage you have, and what's the difference and who cares. Remember that? Somehow remember it? Yes, no?
Yep.
Okay. So my question becomes then, what I said did I say you had open book, that if I ask you a question, you can ask on the computer, you can figure out what's happening there? So there's a number of ways that you can look these up. Let me just try this. Let's see if this will work. I don't want this. Don't want my photos, but rather, let me just look that. I want to go down to voice. Let's see if this will work. And one of the things I want to do is call 800 chat GPT. So Emerson, what do you think that's going to do?
It's gonna call it Chat GPT.
Right. Did you know I can call from a phone? Chat
No,
GPT?
I had no idea.
Yeah. So they tried it as an experiment in their hackathon, even from an old, not even a cell phone, from a plain old telephone line that doesn't even have Android or an iOS. You can call 800 chat GPT. Let's see what happens. I don't know if it's going to work. Let's see. Let's see.
Hi, it's ChatGPT. This call may be reviewed for safety. How can I help?
Yes, hi. I'm Dr. Rush, and I wanted to know what's the difference between primary storage and secondary storage?
Great question. Primary sources are original materials from the time under study, like diaries, interviews, or artifacts.
Okay, ChatGPT, when I'm asking about primary storage, not stories, but storage. Did you understand? Like RAM, random access memory.
Got it. Primary storage refers to memory used by a computer to manage active tasks, like RAM. It's fast and volatile. Secondary storage, like hard drives or SSDs, is for long-term data storage. It's slower but non-volatile, keeping data even when the power is off.
So what is the advantage of basically primary storage over secondary? What can I do with primary that I cannot do with secondary?
Primary storage, like RAM, is much faster, so it can quickly read and write data for active processes. It's ideal for running applications and the operating system smoothly. Secondary storage is slower, so it's used for storing data long term. With primary storage, you get speed, enabling multitasking and quick access to data, which secondary storage can't match.
Thank you. So this was with 1-800 chat GPT. It's what we call a vanity phone number that I can call and I can answer it. My problem with this, what I'm finding, is they're using, Daniel, a very old version of ChatGPT. And the microphone and the voice is not as good. So you understand when I said, tell me about primary storage and secondary storage, she thought I was talking about stories. When I asked before, tell me about deep seek, she was telling me that it's in the sea with fish. So basically you can see that they are not using, and how much it costs for OpenAI is nothing, but they're limiting it to for 15 minutes. So then what I tried to do is, let me share my screen, is there's another vanity number that's called Call Annie. But instead, the number is 640 call Sam. It used to be like Samantha. So if I call that, let's see.
Hello, this is Annie. We can chat about your day, or I can help you learn new things. You can access this service and video call me by subscribing with this number on callannie.ai. Talk to you soon.
Okay, so now what I can do is I can go to the AI, and basically I can make a web call called callannie.ai. So I make it callannie.ai, and they give me a number of mottos. They have Annie, they have Eric by In Your Face, I guess, Plate, he's an expert researcher, or Annie is always available as a friend. So let me do Eric, and we'll see.
Oh.
Hi, Eric. I'm Dr. Rush, and I'm with my IT class, and I wanted to know what's the difference between primary storage and secondary storage.
Primary storage refers to the computer's internal memory, such as RAM, where data is temporarily stored for immediate access, whereas secondary storage refers to non-volatile devices, like hard drives or solid-state drives, that store data long-term.
And what is the advantage of primary storage for a business versus secondary storage?
The primary advantage of primary storage, such as RAM, is that it provides faster data access and processing times, allowing businesses to perform tasks and run applications more quickly and efficiently, which is critical for applications that require rapid data processing, such as financial modeling or real-time analytics.
And what's the difference between an operating system and application software?
An operating system manages and controls the computer's hardware and software resources, providing a platform for running applications, whereas application software, such as word processors or web browsers, performs specific tasks and provides functionality to the user, relying on the operating system to function.
Can you give me an example of an operating system?
Examples of operating systems include Windows, Mac OS, and Linux.
Okay, thanks a lot. We'll talk to you later. Bye. And let's hear, and what I like is if I go to my calls, this is what I like better in my calls than I did in 1-800-CHAT-GPT, in the way that I click on it and I have the entire text. And I can copy then the entire text of, hi, Eric, I'm Dr. Rush. And it's pretty good. I think it's better in voice to text. It's a little bit slow. And I wanted to know what's the difference between primary. It gives me that primary storage refers to the internal memory. What it doesn't let me know specifically is when I use, for instance, PowerPoint, it takes a copy of my PowerPoint from my secondary storage into my RAM, my internal RAM. And then if I want to make another web call, I can see the difference with Annie. Let's go to at this point, if I went to the call of Annie, I can see then here's on the computer memory how much I have. And then it tells me about my external storage. And then in this case, I have my hardware. For system software serves as an intermediary between hardware and functional applications. So right here is my hardware, here's my system software, and here's my application software. And sometimes what I've done is I have two conversational bots talk to each other. So you may even try it out. Sometimes I have Eric speak, and in another instance I have Annie speak to each other. They don't even know that both of them are bots, and then they converse together. Or I'll have ChatGPT talk to Annie, and then they can converse. Sometimes you can try it out. So let's try Annie here. Hi, Annie. This is Dr. Rush. I'm with my IT class, and I wanted to know the difference between hardware, an operating system, and application software. Can you tell me succinctly what that means?
Hey, Dr. Rush. So think of it like a car. Hardware is the physical car itself. Operating system is like the engine that makes it run. And application software is like the GPU's navigation system that helps you get where you're going. Makes sense.
So give me an example, Annie.
So for a computer, the hardware would be the keyboard, mouse, and CPU. The operating system would be something like Windows or Mac OS, which helps all the hardware work together. And application software would be programs like Microsoft Office or Chrome that you use to get things done. Like you use Chrome to browse the internet, right?
Yes. Is Chrome basically operating system or is an application software?
Chrome is definitely an application software. You can run it on different operating systems, like Windows or Mac OS, so it's a program that uses the operating system to function.
Is there something called Chrome OS?
Yeah, Chrome OS is actually an operating system developed by Google. It's designed for Chromebooks, and it's super lightweight and web-based. So to clarify, Chrome is a browser, which is an application software, but Chrome OS is an operating system.
I'm glad you made that clarification. Thank you. We'll talk soon. So then I can do the same thing with Annie then, right? And then I can do a web call where I get the web call and I can have the web call as well. So I can go to web call.
Hello.
Great, that's great. Thank you, Annie. And then I can go to my calls, and you can see at 5:48, we're gonna hop off, and then you can see that I have it in 5:46. And in 5:46, she basically distinguishes. And here you can see that sometimes they don't get it quite right. And that's the way in which you have to have still humans to oversee it, because sometimes it's what we call those hallucinations that are on board. Questions? So what I'd like you to do is you can even later on, we'll give an assignment where you're playing around with a lot of these conversational bots, and you can have one bot talk to another. And what we're thinking about is to be able for you to use some of the software to study for exams. So you understand, Isa? So we'll use some of the software to do study guides. You'll put in, for instance, the PowerPoints and other materials, have it produce a study guide from you, and also we'll have it produce a podcast. And, be interesting, Daniel, is to have them join in the podcast and record part of the podcast and see how that works out too. So we could even do an assignment before the exam, Daniel, is to have them be able to use something like a Google Notebook and create not only a study guide, but create multiple choice questions and also a podcast, and they're joining in the podcast. What do you think, Daniel?
It's going to be good.
I like that idea. Do you understand that, Isa? What I'm asking for? What am I asking for?
Want us to review with different methods like the bots or make study guides or the podcast.
Yeah, we'll do an assignment like that. After we do all the Zoom, there'll be an assignment where we can do it in individual, and we can even do it as a group where you can even, we'll see how it is, even have the bots create multiple choice questions over the material, and then maybe we'll use some of those, and then in the audit areas we'll be able to see what each group did. We can, so maybe we'll have a place where people put in a group of questions that were created by bots, and maybe we'll choose a number of those to add to the question pool. Basically see how Gen AI, rather than prohibiting us to do it help us in learning and personalizing? That's what I want us to look at. So we have, you can see here that summary done by Zoom we're able to access, but there are other AI characteristics of Zoom that the university administrators have banned us to use. They have not allowed us. They've made that unable for us to use. And the question is why are they restricting us? Any ideas? Why do you think they're restricting us on using AI techniques in Zoom? Why are they, what do you think in this case, Emerson? Why do you think they're restricting us? Because they could give us more AI activities in Zoom, but they've restricted us. They only let us use the summary.
I don't know, maybe they just don't fully understand it yet, so.
That could be it. I think it is. And also they don't fully, and that's what's so great about us. You understand that you'll be, for your project, Emerson, is I think you'll be the ones to be able to teach, and one is to talk about, there may be problems, right, that they want to make sure that they don't have issues with, but they may be over concerned with what students and what faculty or what all employees can use. One of the problems in the beginning, what they didn't like about Zoom in what they called their AIQ, was that Zoom said they would use the data for training purposes, because you have to train the models, right, Emerson? So the universities kind of said, hey, don't use we're in a meeting, we may be talking about important issues that we don't want to share, right? They may be talking about the strategy for the university, right? How are we going to get students that they don't want to share to the public? So that's what I think, were concerned. And other universities and other businesses said, we have our own data. We don't want to share it with the whole world. It's almost some ways that almost artists and poets and musicians say, hey, you're taking my songs, right? And you're creating songs for the whole public. A number of my musician friends, a couple of them love to use AI when they're stuck on, let's say, the last verse, and others are upset because they enjoy the process and they say, now everybody can be a musician, right? Everybody can create a song, or everybody can write a play, or everybody can write a sitcom. And my contention is, the genie's out, but we got to have some guardrails. So those are issues of those guardrails there. So this is what we're going to explore. So I want everybody to get their, as I say, their hands dirty and basically make tutorials on all of this as we can proceed. Okay, but I think part of it is they don't know, and part of it is it's also new. What are they going to do with my data? And basically, those people that are employed, they don't want to lose their job because, think about it. Have you ever been to the health center here? Anybody ever been to the health center here? Raise your hand, right? So Dylan and so forth. Well, now they have Zoom. They're working on it where the physician, when they see you, as it is now, they're typing. Anybody see them? They type as they're seeing you. And that bothers me. Their back many times their back is towards me. And what's the problem? I said, you should be looking at me as a patient, not worried about filling out forms. So now what they have is what? They can have like a voice just like Annie or any of those, recording it. And then for your summaries, for your report, Morgan, they can put it into your report. And then the physician, what they're supposed to be doing is reviewing it, not just take it as is. Because can they make mistakes? Of course. Just like you heard ChatGPT. I said, in this day, storage, and they heard stories, right? Or last time I said deep seek, they heard deep sea. So you always want the physician or a person basically that knows the material to be summarizing and to be able to look at what they do. So that was one of their concerns, but that's what they want to do in healthcare, is have that. And later on in healthcare will be besides them, if you have an x-ray, right? there's certain patterns to certain diseases that the AI will be able to say, hey, this looks suspicious, or this, this is, I give you a clean bill of health. But then you need still a human that people are afraid. So they're doing a number of different things, and I agree with you, Emerson. It may be part of it they don't know, and part of it may be, in a way, they say, we don't know how good this is, and I don't want them listening to my meetings, right? Especially personal. But I think that in my case, I wanted the AI to listen. I want the AI to summarize, and I want the AI even to interrupt and say, Dr. Rush, I have a better example to think about. Why not, right? Help all of us. But at this time, they blocked it. They said that I can use all those facilities, but that I need to be on a separate server. And I have enough issues you can see in this class that I said, when you're ready to make it available to me on Zoom server, I will take you up on the offer. But at least they were, that's nice, right, Emerson? At least they were trying to accommodate me, in that way. They said, Dr. Rush, for you, we'll turn it on, but we don't want to turn it on for everyone. I said, nobody even knows about it, right? Did you know about those settings? You didn't know about those settings. So 99% of those people, right, Emerson, don't even know about those settings. I said, just give it to me. I'll turn it on. No one else will know. But they were too concerned about it. But anyways, it may be changing. It'd be interesting, Daniel, to find out who is the artificial intelligence director that they just hired for the university. I have his name somewhere, but we can search it and have him come to the class. What do you think, Daniel? That'd be great, right? He's just applied. Hopefully he can come and tell us what does he have in plan. Because the university, just like you said, Emerson, is so new to this that they have regular IT people that know very little about AI. So they've hired now someone about that. So we'll see how that, maybe we'll have him come. We'll have the head of IT security come. We'll have other guest speakers come. But that will be it. Okay, any other questions? So everybody understand what they need to do? And you can use a number of these bots available, and we'll see if it will help even to introduce. I'll introduce a number of other bots to you. See what are the pros and cons. Even these Call Annie, they have little animatos that some are better than others. I think sometimes that Annie kind of, they made her, I call her, right? They made her to be friendly. That Eric, they made him to be more stern. Looks at it that we can go to. Okay, any other questions? Stay with me. I'm going to do attendance. Stay with me if you have questions. Otherwise, we'll meet on Wednesday. Let me go to our section of attendance. And then we'll do the check-in. Hopefully we'll get the check-in here. I'll go to check-in. Hopefully they'll come in, start check-in. And 9779. Heidi Emerson, if you can put that number 9779 in the chat bot into our chat session that we can see it, 9779. And then I will then and stop sharing, and then you can stay with me.
Sorry, what was the code again? It's in chat.
Thank you.
Hi, Professor. You asked me to stay after.
Yeah.
Emailed about the Stuart Weitzman.
Right,
event.
that's great. So that's exciting. Do you have his shoes?
I do not have his shoes.
But are you interested in his shoes?
Oh, I love his shoes, but those aren't quite in my budget. Yeah.
Okay,
But
that's
one
great.
day,
So,
who knows? Maybe they'll be giving out
yeah,
samples.
but yeah, they may be giving. You have to tell in advance your shoe size.
Right.
And if it's a little big, you can just stuff it with a little sock or something. Listen, as Sophia, that'll be good. What I'm going to ask you to do is that's on the 19th, so you're going to need to get with your group, right, and also see the recordings of what you miss. And then what I want you to do is the next time we meet, what I want you to do is do research, not only his company, but basically his competitors, and see how they're using IT, and especially how they're using AI.
Okay.
Do you understand? Because that's really where you're going to think about it. They do it a lot, right, with clothing, right? I can try on this shirt. How do I look on this shirt? How do I look on this makeup, right? That we can and do it. I can on my glasses, right? You can see. So the question is how are they? And you may even want. That'll be a great question to ask them. If they're going for questions, you can raise your hand. First of it, how are you using, especially, are you using AI and Gen AI in your company? And tell us about it. So
That's
number
a great
one,
question. I'm definitely gonna ask.
and number one, you'll be standing out. You play tennis or ping pong? I saw that he plays table tennis and ping pong or something. He's saying go work, work. But anyways, but I think that'll be
sure,
great.
I play whatever.
Right, you could say. You could say, I play ping pong too. Do you play tennis?
When I was growing up, I would play for fun.
Okay, so you either that or tell them you. Have you played table tennis before? Ping pong.
I have failed at.
Okay, so you
I
tell me.
haven't played. I have failed.
Okay, all right.
But,
so, anyways, but I think it'd be better to show that you're eager for that. What?
Do you play table tennis?
I do both, but anyways, but that's beside the point. But I haven't played with him. But the question is, what I'd like you to do is do that. Go ahead, but do some research ahead of time, and then and you can even use ChatGPT or any of the other ones of what are they using in the high end luxury, basic business, and then basically form your question. Even have them help you form a question. That's insightful question. Even if he doesn't call on you, that's fine. But what I'd like you to do is basically set that up.
My question would go: how do you use
you work on
and chat GPT?
No, not even chat GPT. But what kind of are they using AI in customer service? Are they implementing? What kind of technology new technologies are they implementing in their business? And where is AI? Is AI playing a role in your business? Where do you see the future of it? And they're using it in sales. They're using it in customer service. Just asking in terms of that, of where what kind of applications they're using. And I'm sure they are.
Thank you very much,
You're welcome. Okay, so I hope it works out well. The only thing is you'll be, and hopefully he'll call on you. And then the other thing is make sure that you're responsible for the work, and anything that was due that day, of course, you're responsible. And then check with the recordings and check with your group. Let your group know that you're going to this, afterwards to take, and you can always, of what other assignments we have. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Ciao. And is Christopher just gone? I think.
I mean, he's on the screen.
He's not.
You see him at the bottom?
You see him?
It's like the...
Oh, Christopher, he's leaning back. I don't think he knows there's a cloud.
Asleep. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. All right. So, Christopher, are you around? I don't think he has a question. Either he's asleep or he lost something underneath his desk. Okay. So let me just type.
He's been looking for a long time.
I know. Or maybe it's not him. Maybe it's, when you wanted to be, when you had to sneak out. Maybe. When you.
I mean, I see him moving.
Right, or something's moving. Hopefully it's moving. Hopefully it's okay. You'll discover it. You'll ask him later. You can send him an email. Okay, but I think we can even remove him, I think. Remove. If you want to come back. Okay, we removed him. Okay, anything else?
Yes, you told me to remind you to make me the co-host of Zoom. Like in the portal or something.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay, so let me chop that down. Yeah, for the next ones that you just are automatically. Yeah. Co-host.
Probably in the K and J.
What? In the J and the K, you don't need A. Well, I'll put them on both, but anyway, I'll put you and Sebastian too. You know what I mean? On both of them. Okay. All right. Anything else? I think we're set. And unless for Wednesday we have this, right? So what is the next assignment you need to do?
Screencasting. I drafted it, but I need to update it a little bit, and then I need to, with Sebastian, film the group part.
Okay, and then you want to every time make it. Make it as a tutorial.
Yeah, that's what I need to change.
You need to make that up front. Make this as a tutorial that someone can follow. You know what you're doing, and basically, and are they screencasting now? They're just going to screencast. They're basically going to do the Zooms and talk about
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's. Like, and then what are we doing at what's the next assignment after that?
Notebook.
And that'll be due when?
Notebook would be due February 19th.
Notebook is due February 19th?
We could also extend that to February 25th before the exam.
Okay, yeah. Well, we're on the 5th now, so this will be on the 12th. And then he's coming in on the 17th, right?
Yeah. Could we just assign it on the 19th to the 26th then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll give them a week of
Yeah. And then do on the 26th, which is, or do we want to have it done beforehand? Oh, Chris came back. Chris, do you have a question?
Sorry about that. My iPad ran out of battery, so it just it fully cut me out.
Do you have a question?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you do roll? You were underneath your table or something.
Yeah, my iPad ran out of battery, so my video recording just fully blocked out.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, we'll see you then. All right, ciao.
What's the code for the?
I don't know. Have you been to the class?
Yeah, my iPad cut out. That's why.
Your iPad cut out. So what did we discuss in the class today?
We were talking about just uploading a Zoom in the group assignment that we had to get done and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And what did I demonstrate?
I forgot some of that. I didn't write it all down in my notes.
No, but did you see me try out some new software?
I believe I did. What was the new software again, sir?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was so different that you should have remembered it. You know who Annie is?
Yeah.
Who is she?
Calling Annie.
And what did she do?
She 1 second. I don't actually remember. Sorry.
So one of the things of getting attendance, just not that you're sleeping or doing something else, is that you're actively participating in the class. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because we removed you. We didn't see your face. We just saw you down somewhere. We didn't even see your face throughout the session. That was one of the requirements, to see your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? So next time when you're here, you have to be active in the class.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That I tell you, but you're welcome. You have the recording. If you want to review the recording, do you know when your assignment is due?
I know the group assignment's due tomorrow. We already did it today.
Okay, it's due on
Before
Wednesday.
class.
Yeah. So
Yeah, or Wednesday,
it's
sorry.
right Wednesday.
We'll
Okay,
be
that's
handing it in
good
later
that you got a group that's really ahead. So it's great. So you may want to review what you've done and see if it needs to be improved. Did you look at what you've posted? Did you review it to see what it looks
We
like?
haven't quite posted it yet. We finished the recording, and I think we might redo it because we had some problems with the YouTube live stream.
Okay, I had What was the I had problems with the YouTube live stream too. So you know what? If you had problems, you may want to try someone else's account. I had problems with.
I was actually gonna ask you as well. My AI companion, it doesn't like send it to my email. Like when I set up my AI companion.
Okay.
So
Where does it send it?
It didn't like do it for like either of my like cloud recordings or the live stream. So for the first time, I had to upload my YouTube live stream to like a AI generator, and then I got them to do like a paragraph for me on.
Okay,
like,
so reach out to Daniel maybe and see what were the issues there. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so reach out. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
He was asleep.
He was sleeping. So oh well, that's fine. But that's a problem with. I give that credit. That's a problem with being online. You know what I mean? It really, you're laying in your bed and you can't even help it. You know what I mean? It's harder to do it in the classroom. That's it. But then he didn't realize. He thought his iPad. He didn't realize that we knocked him out.
That was the best part.
What?
Well, like the excuse wasn't good at all.
My iPad, right? We saw you underneath.
It always makes me laugh a little bit.
Yeah. Give me a better one. Yeah. Well, he tried. Okay, but he didn't press on it either. What did I talk about?
I don't know.
Tell me. There was some software. What software did I do?
Calling
Yeah. Bye. Talk to you later. So I think that's the thing that we need to do. We have to also, the other thing I was thinking about, Daniel, is be interesting for you to try out. How does the podcast, do they still have the joining that you can join and ask it questions? It'd be interesting. Then the students could even record a little clip of them asking questions.
Yeah, they could use their
screencasting. The screencasting for that, of having a minute, and whether they want to do it as a group, or we want to do it as individuals, or do it that we got to set up. Yeah. Okay, so that you need time. Maybe we should delay just because you'll need time to set that up. You know what I mean? With Daniel. We'll see.
I'll work on it with Sebastian.
Yeah, let me know. Ciao. Thanks. It was that Sarah Rushing, I think the name. So that worked. Somehow, I mean, it was so I don't know what it is, because I really don't see that often. You understand? I read it somehow was connected to the study. Okay? I'm going to go to the bathroom. Let me go. Bye. I did the most of it. Okay. What's 2 AI? No, I'm going to start with one. I don't do. First, let me get to know how to do one. Then I'll do the other. Frank, do you hear me? How you doing, Colin? Can you hear me, Colin?
Yep. Okay.
Good,
It's
good.
working now.
Okay, good. Yeah, in the beginning was. We all have these technical difficulties. What can I say? You have any? How's it going for you, Colin?
You mean the class?
Yeah.
I think it's going well.
Okay.
I just figured out how to do that homework.
Which one?
The one that's due tonight.
Okay.
The first
Okay.
audit.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Did you learn something from it?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I made like the YouTube account and.
Did your YouTube? Could you stream?
Yeah, it worked.
Okay.
I could stream.
It's
I have to wait like a day or two.
Yeah, it's interesting. Today, I had an issue for the first time, and another student had it too, where it said I met a quota, and I surpassed my quota from YouTube. Really? Yeah, I never had that. And I don't stream that much. I only stream in that account just from this class, you know? I mean, just from my classes. So it hasn't, I don't know, and I never had that issue. I don't know if it's coming from YouTube that they're now restricting it. And what's interesting, another student from my other class had that same message. And that's weird because, you know, they weren't streaming a lot, right? Most of you just started, you know, so I don't know what it is. So on my other class, what I did was I streamed from another account, you know, not my traditional, just an account that I have. So I don't know if I'm going to, maybe I'll set up another account, let them do another account. So what my point here is, a lot of it's not dependent on us. You know, I don't have control over YouTube on their servers, but what's interesting, and all of a sudden that was the first time it ever popped up. And so when I researched it, it said, oh, ask for requests from YouTube, you're having too many devices or something. And if I can get around it, I don't want to ask requests from YouTube if I can help it. You know what I mean? I don't need to be on their radar. So, but it's just interesting what occurred and what did occur on these. So my point is that's why we're learning how to record so you can document. We'll do some other, this Wednesday I'll give you another assignment. Well, Wednesdays the group assignment is done, but every week I'm giving you other assignments to do to get more and more familiar with how to document, because we're going to have issues all the time coming up. And you can see some of it's definitely beyond my control, because I asked another student, I said, if you have a problem, what should they do? Oh, I should email you and Daniel. And I said, that's not good. You know, first of all, you have to document it. A lot of times, even when you email me, I can't even help you. You know what I mean? It's beyond my control, just like Blackboard. There's an administrator for Blackboard. You know, there's some things in Zoom that I would love to do, which is part of AI. In Zoom has a lot of features for AI. The administration has blocked us from using it. You know, yeah. So some of the questions if for us is that, does that make good business sense? You know, why are they doing it? Maybe they don't understand it well, but you know, they'll work with me. They said they'll work with me since they know how valuable I am to them and what I'm teaching you guys, that they said, well, we'll work around, we'll put it on another server for you. But my point, Colin, was I don't want to be on another server. I have enough problems getting on Zoom server. Can you imagine going on the university server? It'll be a nightmare, and then I won't be able even to get on, you know. The university isn't designed to be serving in servers, you know, for Zoom. That's not where their expertise is. So I just said, well, When it's there, thank you very much, but I do appreciate that they're trying to, bend over backwards. Many of those folks, they were students of mine, so they know me, in graduate programs and things, but.
It's not working for me either.
Which one?
Like Zoom.
Yeah, so there's issues. So Finley, I saw your message there. So what we need to do is document it. Try it another day, you know what I mean? Even when you have to submit it tonight, is document all the issues you have, and then this is my documentation. Some of the things, it's beyond your scope. Is it giving you a quota message? What's it saying?
No, it's just saying Zoom is unable to live stream for me.
Okay, but did you enable it on your?
Yeah, and I waited
But did you enable it in the settings, in the Zoom settings? Go back and check to see if it wasn't. But I'm saying there's so many different issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Could we say after class?
Yeah, we'll stay after class. We'll see what the issue is. I may just for the whole class, everyone is welcome to see me after class. I'll stay with you as long as you need. It's one of the things before you even do that is make sure you document all your issues. You know what I mean? Record it, take screenshots, do everything. You know what I mean? Put them into documents that we know what we have a result. And then we may have to. The idea is if you're not able to live stream with Zoom, it may be a Zoom problem, maybe a university problem, maybe a YouTube. There's so many factors that we'll try it. It may be a day, that there's a problem with the server. There's so many things. But this was the first time I got it. I met my quota. And I've never heard that one, It's not like I'm doing it, on a day, 10 times a day. I do it twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays with you guys. But how I got around it, Finley, is I used another account I had with YouTube, and it was fine. So, and that account, I think I don't live stream. What I do is I upload, So it's so many different things that later on document it, and later on try to do another, who knows, another account. Main thing that you documented. Do you have somebody else in your group that has successfully done YouTube? So for the next one for Wednesdays, have somebody else use their. They start the meeting and then they stream. Okay, and that's the beauty of our class. Problems are not you're not going to be penalized for the problems. What you're going to be penalized if you're not documenting them, you haven't, given yourself enough time. But problems, and sometimes we can learn from those problems, and see, just like I say, my little moniker is, if somebody says there's no problems with technology, either they're lying to us, Finley, or they don't know what they're talking about, right? Because there's always issues. It's how we're addressing them, how we take deep breaths, right, and not get overly anxious about it. But we keep on trying to find solutions, trying to define what is the problem, what seems to be the issue. And sometimes what we think the issue is really not the issue, and we keep back at it, and say, hey, I tried it another day and I had a different problem, or like I said, I tried on another account, And can you imagine? I've had so much experience, Finley, and I'm the first one to admit every day I have issues, It's just what I do this for a living, The good thing is I'm not running other businesses. I think about those poor business people that have to get a product out, have to do others. I can use mistakes and use it as a teaching moment, right? Others have to get their customers, right? They're going to lose customers. They're going to, their e-commerce isn't working, right? With me, oh, good, Finley, you have a problem. Let's document. Let's discuss it. I can use them. I can make lemonade. Other people don't have that luxury of creating that lemonade. They have to be in business. So that's the advantage that I always say. And I've been to enough where, I've been to all the CEOs' demos, that they must have practiced, Finley, maybe 10 times. You know, I had a whole crew, and then they get on stage. I've seen Bill Gates get on stage, you know, live and trying out something, and it crashes, you know. And the audience kind of laughs in the way that, yes, we know that's a demo, you know. That happens. And it must have worked 100 times before that, you know, and all of a sudden they get on stage. So you always, it's the same thing with you. You're always going to need to do backup. You're always going to have to expect, if you have a presentation, what's my backup going to be? You know, if I don't have internet, do I have something that I do to, you remember how we say to the cloud and on your computer? Maybe you have the recording then on my computer that I can broadcast. You know, if it's really important, you almost have to look at those types of issues. So the beauty of this class, we can use it as a learning experience, right? But I'll be happy to look at it, you know, just to let you know that. So I'm going to record. We're getting there. Everybody's kind of coming in. You know, if you didn't get permission, you need to show your camera. Everybody knows it. It'd be interesting here. Let's see. Let me see if I. Let's see if it's going to work. It's interesting. Yeah, it still has some issues. Okay. See you guys. Okay. Questions before we begin. So Frank, Greta was not able to be here tonight, so you're here. Do I have any volunteers to moderate the chat room? Any volunteers? Okay, Finley, you want to do that? Anyone else with Finley? Okay, Catherine. Catherine and Finley have graciously volunteered. We put those in. And Frank, how are you doing?
I'm great.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm great too. So Frank, what I want to cover tonight is we'll do some housekeeping, and then we'll also discuss our future sessions. I'll go over the concepts with hardware and software. We'll look at some conversational chatbots to see if it can help us with the classes today, and even have chatbots talk to each other, you know, and make, sometimes I've tried that, where sometimes in this case I get tired talking, so I have my chatbots talk to my other and see how they respond. Sometimes I have to interject, but other than that, they don't even realize that they're talking to another chatbot. You know, it's that it's sentient way of doing it. Okay, so Frank, what would you like to share with us? One of the things, let me just introduce you to the class, that Frank, you know, has volunteered to be one of our teaching assistants in training, and those of you that would also like to do that, try it out. is feel free to stay with me after class. But Frank came up with an idea that he wanted to introduce, kind of keep us on track on what's happening in the field. So what did you find? So how were you? And we're gonna. This is basically off the cuff, right, Frank? We're gonna.
Yep.
Hopefully, we'll start improving it, and you guys can give us feedback and participate on how we can keep on improving it. And then later, it'd be great to put it as a podcast. We can put it as live streaming, right? That we can even get a crowd going, just like we're learning. And Finley even talking about issues that we have. You could even have one recording issues that I have with YouTube, and then maybe another one is ways I got around, fixed it, or ways that I'm still having issues, and maybe going out to the community and say, help. Okay, so what's going on, Frank?
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please, by all means. And Frank, it'd be good, I think, to make another folder in the audit area called, Tech Flash. Put your names and anyone who wants, and then you can kind of put those slides there with it. Okay, so now we're on Monday, February 3rd. What's the text flash?
So, over the weekend, some news dropped, and the huge drop in NVIDIA stock last week, when DeepSeek came out, is already a major talking point, because some people are saying that the chips were pirated, which means that they use them without telling people that
without authorization.
And people also have done some digging, and Chinese government's involved. It's weird, but I mean, yeah, the NVIDIA stock dropped $500 billion.
I can't even conceive of that amount of money. Can you?
Yeah, no, it's crazy, and it's kind of rebounded, but it's still.
And how much is it? It'd be interesting to look later on and see how much is it from its, before DeepSeek, and when will it recover, maybe. And part of it may also be that people over invested. That's another thing. You don't know exactly what it does. But anyways, good. Okay.
It was definitely at highs. But I mean.
Right. Overreacted, or is this just, like you said, did it in the video get played, or is this just market overreaction? Or what are the advantages? I've seen other articles where they're discussing what are the advantages, that maybe it's going to be a winner in this play, NVIDIA. That it's also that amount of money that they said first that it cost was highly deflated, the cost of DeepSeek. And also, it's been pointed out that they were training on other people's data, So it wasn't just alone. Okay, good.
And, I mean, in the AI space, OpenAI, in the past week, they've really kind of stepped up their game, made some updates and stuff. But I don't know how to do the class poll from when I'm sharing my screen, but I think that might have to be a thing that you enable.
Well, I have to make you a co-host.
Okay. I mean, we could maybe figure that out.
Yeah, but we can do it another time. And even, it may be interesting to set up polls beforehand, and then implement it. But I made you a co-host. So but we can even, you can try it out maybe even later at the end of the class, see if you can do it, or for the next time put a poll. But what were you gonna? Yeah.
So for who got funded this week, a company called Teal Drones just raised a $260 million contract from the U.S. government, and they make surveillance drones for military use. I'm pretty sure everyone probably saw that there were a bunch of weird drones in the U.S. and people were talking about
in New Jersey,
them.
Yeah.
Other countries have started doing this, and in the future we're going to be seeing different types of this happening, and they have some pretty cool stuff. And why it's pretty cool that they got this contract is because normally a tech company would have to get some venture capitalist backing and they just went straight to the government and got a huge contract. And
when did they get this contract? How long ago? Just now?
Just now.
Mm-hmm.
And I can pan over if we could watch this video. It kind of gives a look into the technology that they have and how they're using AI to use their drones. It's really cool, but
and is there a voice in this or no?
No.
Okay. Yeah. No, and you know, all in that, that is going to be the future. All in the, they've kept it on the low. I know, in that unfortunate in that Gaza war, the Israelis are really big in this, AI space, and they've used this quite a bit, and they're not advertising, but a lot of these companies go out to, Dubai and things. You never even know who are the players here, but they go to Dubai and are selling a lot of this, in the high tech area. Well, you think about, Iran and this whole, the whole Middle East is, Ukraine. Did you see about the Ukrainians, how they had to defend Russia? They showed people right out in the field, these Ukrainian guys. They got it off even, cheap drones, but improved them. Yeah. Yeah, that's, it's all the time, how they used to they can go into, pinpoint and go into windows, where a person is sitting, picks up their, cell phone, they can invade it, through it. Okay. Yeah. So, but is this the company that got funded?
So, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Back in over here, they kind of go through a little bit. So you're able to speak to the drone using AI, and that's something that's never been done before, and they figured that out, and then it uses Athena AI to pick up targets and
predictive about what are the best that the AI is picking up, rather than the human saying this is where we going to pick. The AI picks it out. And the question is, those hallucinations, when it's getting it right and not. And I know that I've seen other words in wartime situations that you just cannot, at this stage, you cannot just depend on it. Can you imagine? And this, for us, Finley, whether we got the YouTube stream going or not, what damage could it do? But I mean, hearing mistakes, I mean, it really is a life and death situation. Also in healthcare, to be able to.
People especially with these AI EMPs, the drones, they could, if they get over here, they could start targeting.
Oh.
Like.
No, it's. And the secrecy of it, and how heavy are these, and put them in the woods, I mean, who would even know? Put them in little backpacks.
Yeah.
I mean,
you don't need up at any point.
Yeah.
It could be,
and then you'll have a swarm of them too. One just like in ways, communicating with your cars. These are swarms of drones communicating. Yeah. It really is. That's what they're saying. It is, in one way, it's interesting, but for myself, it is, we're not talking about just, a game, computer games that we're used to shooting them up, this is actual people, No, they've been doing it a lot in in Ukraine. I don't know where they, they say, hey, how can Ukraine fight against the Russians, And this is just being innovative, yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, we just used a drone to get some members of ISIS. Trump just released that information, and
no, it's all in the background. They're not, Sometimes Trump.
Well, I'm from McLean, Virginia.
Yeah.
And that's where the CIA headquarters is.
Yeah.
So it's super close to home where they actually.
Yeah, but right. But you don't want them coming back and retaliating in McLean, Virginia. No, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
let me find the Pentagon, right? And I can. Well, it's the same. And that's the thing. Those clever thing with the box cutters and things, for 9/11. It was just the same. Yeah, it's there. Any comments from anyone that we can see? But I appreciate it. So this is kind of like your wheel. So what I would do is we'll think about it, and then other people would do it. Let me just share my screen. So many things that we can talk about in this class, but let me just get my I'm signed out. I don't know. Maybe signed out. Let's see. So, in Wall Street Journal. Remember, I asked you to get subscribed to the Wall Street Journal? If I go to the Wall Street Journal, tech, right? You can see in the Wall Street Journal, SoftBank OpenAI to offer AI services is OpenAI. Sam Altman's answer to DeepSeek is giving away OpenAI's tech. And then you can see that they combine these. Remember DeepSeek, ChatGPT versus Claude versus DeepSeek, the battle to be my AI work assistant, so everybody's checking on it. And then you have here what I like. I find the Wall Street Journal better than New York Times for this. So it has an artificial intelligence section here of 6 takeaways from Momentum Week for AI. AI is Wall Street's modern gold rush. Here how investors are placing their bets. 5 things to know about AI's thirst for energy. AI has shown me my future. Here's what I learned. No one knows how to price AI. So it's all, and then even on personal, taking ChatGPT, Claude, and DeepSeek, and the battle. Can an app replace a personal trainer? I tested nearly a dozen to find out. And then you can see everybody can get in this market. A Finnish company, how do you store it? So you can see all of this, 6 takeaways, that you can come away with. DeepSeek rise, NVIDIA's decline, and the blockbuster bet on OpenAI, Export the problem, aren't stopping China. So we're saying, hey, we're going to have controls on the chip, but now we're going to, stop its ascendance. It can't. But then again, DeepSeek may be succeeding by free riding on OpenAI's work. But that's the whole idea, is that everybody gets better, and it's the idea is what's open source. So Frank, what's open source mean?
Open source is when a place like OpenAI allows coders to add on to their code, like an open base to kind of make the code better.
Yeah, so basically what we have is when we have software, right, we have code to write programs. Everybody understand that? Quinn, you understand that, right? So when we have software, everybody writes code. And that code, if we're a company, Quinn, we can write that code and allow it to be open source. That means that we allow the world to see the instructions to our programs. Now, there are operating systems that do that, like a operating system like Linux, right? So I have operating systems. Let me just do this. So I have software that can be open source versus proprietary. Or what it means closed. So Quinn, when I think about you have anything from Apple? Any products from Apple? Any hardware from Apple, Quinn?
Yeah, I do.
What do you have?
Well, I have my computer and my phone.
You have a computer and phone, right? So that's hardware, right? So there's software, there's operating system, right? That runs your phone and your computer. And that can be open source or proprietary. What do you think Apple decided to do, Quinn? Make it closed or open?
I think closed, maybe.
Closed, not maybe, for sure. So they say, hey, what do we have to, not only for the Chinese to be able to use it, but our competitor. Do I want Google, right? Do I want Microsoft, right? So they decided to be closed, right? So they have, what are the operating systems you have? What's on your phone? You have iOS, right? You ever heard of iOS? What's the OS stand for? Now you know. Here's a hint. If I say iOS, why? What?
Operating system.
Operating system, right? And then you have Mac OS, right? Operating system that allows all the programs to work together. So these are issues that we have, and these are questions people have. Should I make it open source? Now, an operating system, these are closed. What's for Microsoft? What kind of operating system does Microsoft have? Raise your hand and let me know. What do you think? What operating system does Microsoft have? Any idea? What do you think, Luke? Windows, right? So they have Windows operating system. And that open or closed? Proprietary, Luke? Closed. Proprietary. Why? Because what? Because Microsoft wants to make money on selling their operating systems, right? Another operating system is called Linux. And that's open source. How much does that cost, you think, Luke? Free.
You just download it?
Yeah. So how much are they making? Nothing. But folks like IBM, you've heard of IBM, right, Luke? IBM says, you know what? We'll support Linux. We won't make money. So you say, what kind of business idea is that they're supporting Linux with no money? But they say, businesses want to use it, or, other scientific organizations want to use it. It's not so simple to use. So we'll make money on the support and training. So there are business ideas to it, and that's basically when you think about all these language models. Sometimes they're called large language models, right? They decide to be either closed or open. Advantage to this, you get a whole community together. And you have people like Amazon, right? Everybody's heard of Amazon. Who hasn't bought from Amazon? But Amazon has something called AWS. Amazon Web Services. And what does that do? Cloud services that basically avails yourself to basically, Luke, if we're going to go into business, we wouldn't even have to buy sometimes computers. What we could do, Luke, is basically have Amazon, use Amazon's servers in the cloud. You understand? We could run our software on Amazon. in the cloud. I mean, what does the cloud mean? Just to get through with a browser. But what does it mean, Luke? I need to have internet access. Do I always have internet access? No, right? Even to get into this class, right? You could go physically to a regular class. You wouldn't need internet access. But in order to get in and be with me, you have to have internet access. So these are kind of areas in which we need to deal with. And these are areas the businesses need to deal with, where everything has its trade-offs, right, Luke? Everything's going to be, it's not a black and white, but some places I want to do what? Record to my computer. So I have a backup on my computer. And some places I want to be able to record in the cloud, that everybody has it. At least I have, if I record to my computer, at least I have a copy of it. All of a sudden, Zoom, the server goes down, I have a problem. Look at my Google, right, Finley? All of a sudden, I couldn't have that. At least I have Zoom as a backup. You know, all these things I need to, people were asking, why do you need to record to so many places? Why do I need to record to the cloud? Why do I need to record to my computer? Why do I need to record to stream live? It's because there are different issues there and can help me one way or the other. So as we said before, everyone needs to, in order to get credit, everyone, to be in this class, everybody needs to show their face here. I see a number of people that don't have their webcam on. If you don't have your webcam on, you're not fully engaged in this class. So turning it off is not for this class. Other classes may be, but for this class you need, unless you've got permission beforehand, you need to have showing your face. Okay, other comments. Frank, so you did a great job as a start. Then we can kind of think, you can reach out to other students to see what they want from this. Maybe even ask other students, other groups, say, hey, will you do the, you may even be like the lead and reach out to other groups and say, give a little short presentation. I think it makes it interesting of what's happening.
Yeah, I could make a group in the audit class and start.
Yeah, you're right. Start it. Make it in the audit class and put your PowerPoints there and your links, right? And call it, what are we going to call it? I guess tech trends or something, you know, or weekly trends or something like that. And then put your name and then put in that week one or how you want to divide it up where everybody can see it and everybody can contribute. Think about it, it's almost a community, created as a community way. And they can even start, I think, something like the Wall, you did some other things and do a little video clip, even with the Wall Street Journal. It's a nice area, because what I like about the Wall Street Journal is it's looking at business. You know, they're not mentioning it unless there's like a business side to it. I like that area. They've improved on that area big time. Okay, what else do we need? Anything in the chat I need to know about other than personal things I don't need to discuss? If there's some way, another thing, if there is anything personal, stay after class with me and I'll discuss it. Number 2, you know we have in-person exams. Everybody know that? Ava, you know that? We're going to be in person when we take our exam. The first exam is March 3rd. If anyone, and I'm getting notes here, that has any special accommodations, you all will be in my in-person class. I will make accommodations giving you those that need extra time. Based on your accommodations, I will give extra time. Why I like that is I like to be with you, so if you have questions, you can ask me. Hopefully there won't be any need, but it's kind of like a backup and a support here that I can support you. So if you need to talk to me about that, feel free to stay with me. But that is, everybody who's with me, we all go with us together on this spot.
Will the test questions be like the things from the textbook?
We'll talk about it, but why don't we talk about it now, too? Who's asking me that question?
Me, Finley.
Okay, Finley. Great question. It's like we rehearsed it, right, Finley? So, the idea about the test. There's so much information, right? It's like up our thing. So, there's 2 parts to the exam. One part is going to be multiple choice, and one part's going to be open-ended questions. There'll be 2 open-ended questions. So you say to yourself, for the multiple choice, it'll be similar to the quizzes that we're taking. Number 2, I'll give you, before we'll do a review where I'll give you a number of terms that you need to know for the multiple choice. And the open-ended, I will give you, for the review, I will give you 4 or 5 possible questions, and I will choose, among those, I will choose 2 of them. So on the open-ended, Finley, there won't be any surprises. So this way, I think it's fair, Finley, that you can prepare for those. The question is, how are we going to prepare? And that part of it I'm going to be talking about tonight, but part of it, I'd like, Finley, for AI to help us prepare. Kind of like we're eating our own dog food, right? That we're basically going to use the programs to get familiar with it. You understand, Finley? But also prepare it. So we're going to have another assignment in another couple of weeks. I'll give you an assignment where each of you will create a study guide, a podcast, where you'll be, even within the podcast, you'll be talking about it, all generated by AI. But we'll be interacting with it, because guess what, Finley? A lot of times it can go off the guardrails. It can give us wrong information, right? I know sometimes it gives me wrong information because I know what's a fact. But many times if I go in a field that I don't know anything about, or I'm a novice on it, when it gives me a fact, it says it with such authority that I can't differentiate between what mistakes they make or not. So we'll be looking at that. So does that answer your question? So they'll be in those format, and we'll do it in the business school in the PC lab, where we'll be doing it on the university's computers. And I'll have you, guess what, Finley? Do you think hardware works all the time? No, right? So what do I need to do is do a backup plan. So you'll also bring with you your laptop with Respondus in your laptop. So in case we run out of computers there, Finley, you can whip out your laptop and say, at least I can do it there. So these are kind of things that will work out. Any other questions? You can put it in the chat and let me know. Anything else? Finley, Catherine, anything else I need to respond to? Perfect. So let me share my screen. And I'm going to share. And we talked about that, and that's Wall Street. So it's kind of interesting here. Also, that idea of the chip export controls, you see, on China aren't stopping. And you know, did you read about that, Frank? That basically they have a lot of chips there in China, right? That maybe they shouldn't be having, you know, or they're doing less powerful Chinese chips or less powerful NVIDIA chips that we're able to do. But I think it gets, here it went down, it says here, plunge 17% Monday, -2 here. And even here, what's your biggest takeaway? And join the conversation. So that's it. So next time we can even set up then a poll where we can ask them and we can use it. Now everybody will be able to know how to use their poll. So let's go to the regular section, BTE 210, your regular section. So if I look at the regular section, Quinn, what's your role in the regular section?
Just a student.
Student, right? And if you look on my end, you see my screen here? You see where I have users and groups? Do you see this in the corner? You see this? You see this, Quinn?
Yeah.
Users here. If I, you go into your tab, your regular BTE 210 tab, and do you see this, groups and users, in your end?
No.
And the question is, and this may be on, this could even be a question about roles Why do you not see it on your end? And I see it on mine. I'm going to open it up, users.
Because we're only students, so we don't have access to that.
Why not? That's the key. That's a given, right? That's a given that you don't have access to it. But why is it designed that way? Because, you see here, Lily, what can I do with her? Quinn?
You could change her role, or you could kick her out of the class.
Right. And do I want students to do that in my regular section? No. So you don't even see it. They don't even give you access to it. That's the role, because you have no business. You have the need to know your grades, Quinn, in my class. You need to see what assignments I give you, but you have no authority, and I don't want to give you authority in my regular class for you to edit, change users' role, change users' availability, or remove users from the course. That would be the answer, right? But you're on a roll, Quinn. Go to your audit section. Everybody go to their audit section. Do you have users and groups there, Quinn?
Yeah, we do.
So then you go down to users. Then I can see all my users. I see what? Everybody is listed as a teaching assistant. There's one here that Finley, but we have 2 instances. This is fine. We had it. Teaching assistant, right? And then if I look and I say show all, I see everyone is teaching assistant. A lot of times when we promoted someone, we have the other one. And what do we see here, Quinn? Me.
That's usually instructor.
Instructor. So the question becomes, what can I do that you don't have permission for? And the only thing, you see, remove others from course. You can remove everyone from the course, Quinn, except one person. Me. I get to stay in this course. That's part of my being a professor, right? I signed a contract, right, that I'm going to do research service and teach, right? So I need to be, part of my paycheck is that my salary is that I should be teaching a certain amount of, right? So this is the key. But isn't this nice where you see it? Now it comes clear, doesn't it? What are the roles meaning? What do roles mean in information systems? And why roles? And what is the key here of roles? Need to know. Makes sense, huh? I need to know. So these are my assignment groups. And my assignment groups, you can see this is my audit section that allows you to look at other students, allows you to look at everyone in your group, allows you to audit each other. I'm giving you full rights so you can basically learn how to be administrators in a learning management system. This one is called Blackboard. Another one could be called Canvas, but they do the same things. They different formats, different possibly software that they work with, but they're the same thing. And I have an example here. And then what's nice here, in the group 0 under assignments, basically Frank can make another folder called, I'll let him do it, almost like Tech Daily or something like that, where he'll put it in. Can he make a folder, Quinn? Of course he can. We could have 10 folders, but we want to basically do what? We want to have some order here, that we have sort of a trust issue here that we can do. So you can see here, the example here is, this is how it should be. The Zoom individual assignment that was due today, right, that we covered last time, where, you know, a lot of times we could have problems with you live streaming, Zoom recording. And why am I going over all three of these, Finley? Is because then later on we may have to use all three different kinds depending on our situation. The showcase, and here is the AI companion bullet points that we turn on. At least we could turn on the AI. Maybe later on, what I'd like to do is even invite, we've just appointed at the university a AI director. Let him come to the class. He just got on board. Maybe he can tell us where the university is going in there, and maybe he can relieve some of their anxiety. And then you can see here, it's the same thing with all these groups as well. Now, what should we have? Is this correct? Finley, I don't care if this is your group or not, but what is it? They should have two folders. Does this have two folders? We can see here, this is items and items. They need to be within the Zoom individual assignment. So group one, you need to already do this tonight in order to get credit, because your information is going to be graded. Is it should look like group 0. I don't need to go through this. And those in your group, right, you have Luana, right, has done that well. So Luana, you need to, since this is your group, you need to reach out. Is Luana here?
Yeah.
Good. So Luana, you did an excellent job. Reach out to your other group members and show them how they need to do this. Okay, and when you get it, they'll help you too. Because you have then, Luana, if you look at this, you need to have this already done by Wednesday, your Zoom group assignment. And in your Zoom group assignment, that has to be in another folder, and this has to be in your group. And when you have, Luana, when you have your team members present, you want to put in who was at the recording. Even though you may have 4 people in your group, only 3 showed up, put only those 3. And these 3 people in your group, Luana, they have to be active. You have to make this as a tutorial. Your goal is, when somebody sees your tutorial, it should be nice and concise, right? And it should show how to do a co-host promotion, how to do breakouts. Whoever does the poll, for instance, Frank, do they need to be a co-host or can they be a participant? You have to figure it out. What are the difference? Can a co-host take a poll? So when you give it out, can you take the poll as well? You have to figure it out and see how it works, right? And the AI companion summary. When do you want to spotlight users? Later on, Frank, when you're doing the presentation, we may just want to spotlight you. Or if you're a group, right? When the group presents, you may have then a group of teaching assistants in training. When your group presents, you want to be able to spotlight those users. In order to spotlight the users, you have to be a co-host. So you may, in your group, then want to make sure that somebody has to be a host to set up the meeting. Somebody that's hosting their Zoom streaming YouTube streaming has to work, right? And then among there, then you'll say what happened, who needs to be a co-host, and you can demote people, right? Finley, you can say, hey, I'll make you a co-host, I'll not make you a co-host, I can take away your privileges, but someone as the host and co-host has to do it. So you see here that what they discussed. So my key here is not only writing it down, but you know how to do it. Isn't that great, Finley? You don't know how to do it now, but by Wednesday, everything's easy when you know it, right? And then even if you forget, you can go back and look it up. But at least you've had it done one time. You may not remember all of it, but more and more that you do, you remember it. And then think about, how can this be used in business? How can this be used to promote someone, a business? So these are the things that I don't need to go through. You should be able to look at yourself, but I'm just going through this, right? Is this correct? We want one. They've done it as each one having their separate ones. But then they'll need another one that we have it. And notice here, there's nothing here. Is this, we want to make it the same template, right? Ellie has it all out here. Grace has it all. Grace doesn't have anything. So we need to be consistent. I don't need to go through each of yours, right? But if I have Greta here, right, I have Zoom, she's had everyone group, and now they've already done the group assignment. All of this is not so bad. They've already finished their group assignment. This really should be inside of this, but at least we see Zoom recording, YouTube live stream, the team members that were there, what they showcased, what they did. So they've already finished the assignment for next week. And if there's anything in it, they didn't do it exactly right in terms of the format, but they got all the material. You know, and then the Colin, then we had it in between. It's not so bad. But the main thing is they know how to do it, right, Colin? That you got it in there, and you have Colin discuss how business can probably use it and its benefit. Made it short. Questions? So what we had then, let me stop sharing, right? So what we had there is, as I mentioned before, you need to show your camera. So what I want to do is those generative AIs then can help in terms of, you're familiar with some of them, can help in terms of answering your questions, helping you study, and that's what we want to do. So let me share my screen. And in this part, let me just make this smaller. In this part, let me move here. You know, I have all this. And in this case here, when I have, what's the problem here? Can you, in Zoom, can you make a recording of this control panel? Frank, does it capture it?
Yes.
You'll see. You'll see when you do it, you'll see whether it captures it. But then what I have here is that we have a number of, we went through chapters here before where this is chapter 2 where they start talking about system software, which is an intermediary between hardware and functional applications. So I have hardware here. We talked about it. We talked about it, right, Quinn? Like your phone, right? We talked about system software and application software. So the idea is, will some of these Gen AI programs help me in doing any of these applications? So I have something called a vanity number. Anybody know what a vanity number is? And if you don't, what do you think you're supposed to do, Luke?
Look it up.
So I want everybody to look up a vanity number. And Luke, what did you find?
I don't know if this is right, but it looks like it's like a customized phone number, like when companies have like a number that spells out their name or something.
Right, like 1-800-mattresses. Yeah. Do you know there's a vanity number called 800 chat GPT? Did you know that, Luke? So let me go to call it. You see my screen? So I want to call what? 800 chat GPT. I'm not giving it numbers, so how does it know what to call, Luke? I have 800. How does it know to call ChatGPT? I didn't give it a number.
Because the letters are associated with numbers.
Exactly. So C is what?
2.
2. And H is what? 4, right? And A is, right? It just matches my phone number. Can a number of phone, can this basically translate it? We'll see. (800-242-8478).
Hi, it's ChatGPT. This call may be reviewed for safety. How can I help?
Yes, hi. This is Dr. Rush. I wanted you to explain the difference between an operating system or system software and an application software. Can you do that?
Absolutely. An operating system or system software manages the hardware and core functions of a computer. It's like the director of a play, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Application software, on the other hand, consists of programs designed for specific tasks, like word processing or browsing the internet. So, one runs the show, and the other is a performer. Need more details on either?
No, that's enough, but I just wanted to show, do you know that I can call you 800? Do you know what 800-242-8478 is?
You can call me at 800-242-8478. I'm here whenever you need help.
Okay. Do you know what vanity number that spells? 800-242-8478?
Oh, my mistake. Let's see. 800 ChatGPT would be 800. Yes?
Okay. She has some problems, so I'm hanging up. Everybody see that, Luke? That this has kind of like, so what they did in OpenAI is they had their employees one time have a hackathon and everybody had to come up with ideas. So one employee, a group of employees said, hey, let's do a vanity number where you can call it 800 ChatGPT, and they got the number 800 ChatGPT, and let's try it. It has limited time, and you guys can try it, and they've even made it on a phone. You can do it basically on a smartphone, but you can even do it on a dumb phone. So even if your grandma or something still has a landline, she can still dial 800 ChatGPT and she can get through it. So the question then becomes, the problem is I don't see any text. So there's other 800 vanity numbers, and another one is 640, call Sam. Sam is Samantha, that used to be a number that you could call it and you could get the same things as ChatGPT. Let me call it and see what happens. Notice it converts it to.
Hello, this is Annie. We can chat about your day, or I can help you learn new things. You can access this service and video call me by subscribing with this number on callannie.ai. Talk to you soon.
So basically, this used to be a call-in, but instead they moved it to a web. It used to be entirely free. And guess what, Frank? These companies want to do what? They need to make some revenue. So if you go to callannie.ai, you can make a web call. What I like about it too is that it records all my calls that I've made. So in this case, I was using it previously, and in this case what I like is it records the entire text. this was, instead of Annie, I had Eric. And you can see in blue what I'm speaking about, and it basically tries to distinguish between the primary storage, right? The primary refers to the computer's internal, and then it records, and you have all your text, and you can copy it. So basically, if I go to, there's different Amados that give me different advice. So if I go to web call, notice it has a number of different Amados there that I can be. One is Annie. She's supposedly my friend. I have Eric, who's in my face. I have Sarah. I have Daniel. So they have all the ones. Later on, we can create our own Amados with our, basically training them with our own personality. So if I have Annie here. Hi, Annie. This is Dr. Rush, and you're with my class. I wanted to know what's the difference of primary storage versus secondary storage. Can you explain it to our students, and what's the business application?
Hi, Dr. Rush. Nice to chat with you. So, primary storage and secondary storage. Think of it like my art studio back in Florence. Primary storage is like my workspace, where I have all my paints, brushes, and canvas ready to go. It's where I actively work on my art, and it's super fast. In computing, primary storage refers to the computer's internal memory, like RAM, where data is temporarily stored while it's being processed. It's fast, but limited in capacity. Now, secondary storage is like my storage room, where I keep all my finished art pieces, supplies, and materials. It's where I store things for the long term, and it's much larger than my workspace. In computing, secondary storage refers to external devices like hard drives, solid-state drives, or flash drives, where data is stored long term. Business application. Well, think of a trading platform like the ones you work with, Dr. Rush. Primary storage would be used to store real-time market data, like tick-level data, while secondary storage would be used to store historical data, like trading records or market analysis. Makes sense?
Yes, thank you. We'll see you later, Annie. Thank you for the nice job. You got it? And then if I look at Eric. Hi, Eric. This is Dr. Rush, and you're here with my IT class. I wanted to ask you, what's the difference between an operating system and application software? And what's the business relationship?
An operating system OS manages computer hardware and provides a platform for running application software, which performs specific tasks, with examples including Microsoft's OS and Office Suite, where Microsoft develops and sells both the OS and application software.
Thank you. We'll talk to you later, Eric. You got it? So in Call Annie is one of the ones. You can find others. What I tend to do is I try and have them talk to each other. So I'll try either different Amados, Eric talking to Annie, or ChatGPT, and they don't know that neither one of them are real chatbots. So they think they're humans, and sometimes I'll intervene and see what they're doing. So, comments? So, Frank?
It's pretty cool.
So these are ways. So what I wanted, Finley, going back to your question, is I want to use them to help us with the class. Rather than me calling on everybody, right? Luke, look it up. Let them look it up. Right? And contribute and give us the idea. And you can see that they're programmed a bit different. What I find about 800 ChatGPT, that sometimes it doesn't understand me. That when I asked about DeepSeek, it kept on thinking I was saying deep seas, like the water. And I kept on saying deep sea. And they're using ChatGPT, they're using older models, so they didn't even know about DeepSeek much, you know? So I can't say what was the current aspect of it. But you can see how they're working. And sometimes I want to use speech, sometimes I want to use text, but that conversational, what I like is that conversational part where you can see, you can use it for therapy, you can use it like what I'm going to do in the day. Sometimes when your hands, you don't have, your hands are not free, you can just take walks and just have conversations. So what we'll do is we'll look at something called, one of my assignments will be like Notebook, Google Notebook LM, that will be able to create, you know, a study guide, ask questions, and even create a podcast. And that you can join in the podcast. Pretty neat. So we'll use, basically, I want to use all our time available to explore new technologies. You got it, Finley? That you'll get at the end of the class that the score you get on the test will be less important than what you can take with you. You'll be able to teach people that this is what I can do. Let's do polls. Let's do study guides. Let's help people in education. And part of your projects could be, basically, we'll look at project. You could be like a tutoring service, but instead of real tutors, you have virtual tutors, right? And or you could teach even people how to use all these things, you know, rather than them coming to you. You could teach them on using all these products for education, for business. Okay? Any other questions? So you got the idea what we need to do. Wednesday, you have the next assignment due. I'll spend some time on other parts. We're going to have the security director of the university. He has graciously agreed to come and demonstrate some software and some things like fakes he's going to do, and then we can ask him questions. What I'll have us prepare is each group prepare to ask him some questions that we can think about in advance. Basically, we're the consumers of his. He should listen to us, right? And we should basically, and he's agreeing to do that, and then basically hear from us of what are our issues, and maybe get his advice. He's been in this field in cybersecurity. What should we worry about? You know, and not only I don't want to be under my mattress shaking, but what I want to do is how can I protect myself but also do my work? Okay, so stay with me. I'm going to do attendance. Stay with me if you have additional questions. Some of you I've not seen in a long time. So stay with me, and stay with me if you have problems. Let's see what I need to do. I need to share. I have all my calls done here. Let me know, and then let's see here. I have my attendance. I have my check-in. And Finley or Catherine, if you can put in the chat the number 1258, that everybody can know. After you fill that out, you're welcome to leave. And I enjoyed being with you. We'll see you in another couple of weeks. Those of you now know you have to clean up what you have in a format that's like the group 0. And stay with me, and Frank, stay with me. We'll talk about where we go from here. Anyone else that wants to work with Frank, you're welcome to stay with me as well. Anything else?
Stay with you so you can help me with the
Yeah, for sure. I said it, right?
Okay.
I just will do it, okay? So I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to stop recording, right? Because what do we have, Finley? Need to know, right? Even though yours is probably everybody would need to know, but there's other issues here. This way I turn it off, right? That other people don't have that recording that need to know. So I just do
my
it.
seconds never worked. It didn't load, but
okay, hold on. Let me just. What happened?
It just never. It's not loading the quickly page.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's doing the same thing.
It's not loading?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do end check it and we'll just do it manually. Okay, let's see here. List. Okay, who do I have here? So it's Ryan or what?
Yeah, Ryan Beck.
Okay. So I'm gonna put present, okay? And who else?
Ron Zavala.
Okay. You're Z and who else? Let's see.
Yeah, mine's not working either.
Present, I don't know what happened. Okay. And who else?
Jeff Proctor.
Okay. Who else? Anybody? That's it? Okay, I can stop sharing. So I got the group. Okay, so you guys can do it. So Juan, do you have a problem? Or you can now with the attendance? Were you gonna ask me something? Juan.
No, that was it. I was just ending it.
Good.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay. All right. So let's do this. So Luke, what's up?
I was just, I did the assignment 2, the adaptive assignment.
Mm-hmm.
And, like my Wiley account.
Mm-hmm.
When I went back, it said to log in. I just wanted to make sure that it actually logged that I did it, because I'm not sure. Like it was being weird with the account thing.
And did you get your other ones done?
Yeah, I did the last one, not the first one, but the past 2.
Okay, yeah, because you know that's gone. You know the spilled milk, it's done. I can't help you on that. All I can do is right. So if I go to where do I need to go? I need to go Wiley and adaptive, and which one? Software or hardware?
Software.
Okay, so if I go to software, right, I can go to my assignment, and since it's my role, I can see it in my role. You should be able to see it in your grades too, I think. But if I open up my assignment just to know, right, and you did it, and thanks for participating, Luke. You did a good job today.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm glad to see that you're getting up to it. What you had before is the idea. So if I look at, it says you did it. 100%. Okay. Okay. So you did it ahead of time. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll see you. So let me stop sharing. Okay. So we got that out of the way. So Ellie, what's up?
My quickly attendance wasn't loading, and then it closed before I was able to type it in the code.
Anyone else have an attendance so I can just do it one time? So let me share and let's just do the attendance, get that out of the way. His name is Hill.
Yes.
Okay. Okay? Fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So I stopped sharing. Let's see what else we got here. So, Daniel, hi. So, Finley, you wanted to share. Let me just finish up. Daniel?
Yeah.
Daniel, are you there?
Yeah, hi, Professor.
Hi, how are you? You're in your car?
Yeah, but I'm not moving.
Okay, good. You know me, I don't like people talking in their car. I'm wondering, are you doing it through your phone or are you doing it through your computer?
No, I have a computer here.
Oh, you have a computer, somehow have a computer. Can you do me a favor and make a breakout room with Finley?
Sure.
And see what her issue is, if it's something that we can resolve. You know Finley? Finley, you know Daniel?
Daniel and Finley.
Right. So Daniel is my awesome lead teaching assistant. His ears burn how much I I tell him how great he is. So he's going to set up a breakout room, Finley, to put you in, and you'll look at you'll see if we can be of any help. Otherwise, Daniel, I told you that for the assignment that she should document, that you shouldn't get points off, that you should document, what is the issue.
All right.
Okay. All right, so he's going to set that up. Okay, while he's doing that, Max, what's the issue here?
It's not letting me live stream to YouTube.
Okay, so put him in also. Daniel, put in Max too. Max, go into the room with Daniel, and we'll see what the issue.
I think he needs to come back.
No, let me just do it. I'll join you. I'll sign you. Assign you to room 1. Okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Rooms and breakout. I don't want to close all rooms. Okay. So what's the issue here? So, Julia, how can I help you?
I don't know how to share my screen, so it can look at the Zoom, so it can, share the Zoom. I kept trying over and over, all day today, and it wouldn't let me.
You don't have shared in your settings. Did you look at your settings?
Yeah, I looked at my settings, and I looked at everything, and it won't let me,
Okay, since we're doing on the thing, Julia, I'm going to assign you to group 1.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody's talking about their issues they're having. Work with Daniel, and then later on, you can come back. If you understand? So at least we can, because it's going to be important, right? If you can't do that, you're right?
Yeah.
So I'm putting you in that room, okay? So tell the group what your issue is, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So Frank, what do we need to go from here?
I made the audit assignment group.
Okay.
I think it would be cool if we could maybe designate someone to assist or
yeah. You know what? Why don't you do this? At this point, kind of like the class. We have Greta there. She just couldn't come tonight. And then why don't you do this? You have everybody's number. Reach out to a couple of those that you see already what work they did. Those that are really up on it, that have done a good job, I would choose them, and I'll let you kind of reach out to them. Send them an email, send them a text, and say, hey, join me. Dr. Rush said it's a great idea. It's a way for class participation, whatever. However you want to reach out that. And you've already said, you want to do that?
Could probably make a class group chat or something, and then that would just streamline communication a lot better.
Yeah.
But
I'm just saying. But just even say. But you can send out an email to everybody in the audit section. You can send out an email, right, to everyone. Finley, what happened?
Okay, so it won't let me show him the video right now because he's on the Zoom. So I'm gonna take a video of me trying to do it, and I'm gonna email it to him, and he's gonna respond to me tonight.
Okay.
For Wednesday.
Yeah, just send it to Daniel. Daniel's making the. Tell him I give him permission. That we're working on it. You know what I mean? A work in process.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Because you've been conscientiously letting us know. Now, Finley, what do you think about Frank's presentation today?
Oh, I thought it was really good.
Do you want to participate with him?
Sure.
Okay, so we got it ready. So Frank, you have Finley, you know each other's number from the class. Make a text out. And Finley, do you have any other person in the class you think would be great to join? Think about it.
Okay, I'm not sure I know anything.
Right, okay, all right, but in your group, you think about it, okay?
Yeah, we could figure it out. I mean,
you figure it out, okay? But you already have Finley and you have Greta.
Yeah, I think that if everyone just maybe does a little bit of stuff like
Yeah,
last
I think
night,
so.
I
You know,
was
Ari,
on
we
the
can do it by the groups, you know, where we say
uh-huh.
each group will present, you know, for the weekly roundup, you know, show some
Yeah,
things.
I mean,
We can even divide it up. Why should all the pressure be on you guys? But it's great
yeah.
that you take the initiative, right? Finley, that he's
Well,
done, give him credit, right? That he's taken it on his own. He said, wouldn't this be neat, you know?
You've been really good.
yeah, thank you. Last night I was back home in DC at
Really?
DC, and they kept delaying the flight, so I had some time to look up some
Good,
stuff. And,
good. Yeah.
but yeah, I barely got any sleep. I ended up
I
getting
know.
in at 2 a.m.
I
But
know. Well, at least you're
um,
safe. You saw what happened in National there. My God.
yeah, I'm not
And
fine for a long time.
I know, but and it's before all this it was always a pain when I flew into there. You know what I mean? That it's
Yeah, and
convenient when you live around there, right? You don't want to go to Dulles, but it's.
I had my German Shepherd too.
Oh
And
wow!
so the service animal.
Yeah.
And he's pretty well trained and he can stay still for a good amount of time, but it was just getting to a point where it was just so
Yeah,
long.
well, and to be hard for a human, let alone him. You know what I mean? And they're usually such good dogs. Okay, great. So you got a partner ready, Finley. Finley, contact Frank and give him some ideas on how we should pursue this and how we can get the class more involved in it, and basically kind of do it grassroots up.
Okay.
Great.
I have to join a Zoom for my sorority real quick.
Oh, okay. So we're real zoomed out. Okay. All right.
I'll text you, Finley.
All right.
Okay, so we got partners here. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rush.
My pleasure as usual, as always. Finley, glad that we're finding solutions. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. So Proctor, Jeff, what's going on? Haven't seen you. You know, this is not good news. And
I sent you the email earlier.
I know, which was not acceptable.
I know, yeah.
I mean, how is that acceptable? How in the world do you have the audacity to send me an email like that?
Yeah, that is completely.
Why? Why was that unacceptable, in your opinion?
Because it was just completely out of nowhere, and like I was just asking for like help. I guess I don't know.
No. What did you say in that email? That you what? That you what? That your computer was down? What was the reason why you haven't come to class?
Yeah, my computer's been broken.
Right, your computer is broken. It's like my dog ate my homework.
Yeah.
What does that mean in today's society? You cannot find. Where are you now?
Well, I'm in the study room. What do you mean, where am I from?
Yeah, where are you now? You can't get a computer anywhere on campus? There's no computers available?
No, I didn't really know what to do with that.
You didn't know what to do with it. Give me a break. There's computers in the library. There's computers everywhere. No one in the world you know has a computer. None of your friends have a computer that you could take. You don't have a phone. Even you could come in on a phone, at least to say, hey. Yeah. I mean, that's why it's unacceptable for me.
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean? If I told you, oh, I can't come because my computer's broken. I mean, it's a joke. Yeah. And it's now, and how many assignments have you missed?
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure about that. Do you even know what assignments? Have you turned in any assignments?
I've done like the first week stuff.
First week stuff?
Yeah.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
You know, it's not and Daniel knows me. Right? You know, I'm pretty lenient and pretty empathetic, but that was just beyond belief, that all I suggest is you never write something like that to another instructor, because you know what I mean, that is so lame that it's embarrassing, I mean, if you showed that to your parents, they'd say, why am I spending all this money here for you to come up with such a lame excuse? My computer's broken. What do I care your computer's broken? This is then don't take an online class. The first time you say I don't want to be on a class because my computer is broken, then take another class, or you're drop this class. It's completely outrageous. What do you want? You know what I mean? Are you in a group?
No, I'm not.
Why aren't you in a group?
because I missed that day.
I missed that day, and what about the other day? We've done groups for a long time.
Yeah, I don't. It was.
Are you in an audit area? Do you even have an audit?
No.
Do you even know if you do?
No.
So then why are you saying no? Do you even know what an audit area is? Look in your schedule.
Okay.
And see if you have any new classes. I suggest you drop this class.
Okay.
Because did you even understand any? Did you see that students were having assignments? Did you see that they were in groups? Did you even pay attention today?
Yeah, no, I did.
What did you see?
Well, I just saw that they had done their groups. They had groups already and had done assignments with them.
Right. For a number of weeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, this is what I suggest. You drop the class. I mean, you've already gotten a 0. Have you done, did you do Wiley? Do you even know what Wiley?
Yeah.
Have you done them all?
No, I did one of them.
Why'd you only do one of them?
I don't know. I just
It's not been a good semester. And how are you doing in your other classes?
No, it hasn't. I just have a problem like that where I have something happen.
And then you freak out?
And then I just completely shut down.
Yeah, it's not a good solution, is it?
I know, yeah, it's not. I just want to recover with everything, but yeah, I just don't know
And how are you doing in your other classes? Are you so behind in your other classes besides your computer not working?
Yeah, I mean, it's just
What else are you taking?
I'm taking MAS 311, macroeconomics, first year writing, and business analytics.
What's MAS 311?
Applied statistics and probability.
What major are you?
Quantitative economics.
Wow.
Yeah.
And why did you choose quantitative economics?
Well, I really I took AP microeconomics in high school, and that was my favorite class because it just made a lot of sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I chose here because I wanted to be in the business school, but also learn economics, and usually it's not in the business school.
Right.
Because it's I just like econ because it's versatile.
Right.
I'm thinking about law school too, so.
You know what I would do? You don't want grades like that. The grade you're going to get in my class, to apply to law school.
No, yeah, I know.
I know. It seems like you're a bright guy. You know what I mean? And you're taking great subjects, but it's completely, you know what I mean? And I know, and let me be strong here, that I know people have issues. Things don't work out well, and it kind of rolls over, and then you're almost embarrassed to come around again.
Yeah, I have
you know what I'm saying? But this is not like somebody here where another student was saying, I've been working on this problem and I'm having an error here, and I've been documenting it, and can you give me an extension for a day, 24 hours? This is you're not even in a group.
I know, yeah.
You don't even know if you're in an audit. You don't even know what an audit area is. It's like you never were in the class. So that's why I'm even just telling you, up to now, you've failed the course. So why continue? You know what I mean? Why continue? Daniel's a great teaching assistant, but he's the lead teaching assistant. He cannot help you. You understand at this point? Yeah. You've gotten F's, and it's silly because it's not rocket science what we've done. Somebody with your background, it's not like you say you can't do it. I don't understand it. It's just that you haven't been around.
Yeah.
And I don't, and that's what I just say is haven't been around. And the whole purpose of this class is finding solutions to problems. You have a problem with your computer, then you find a solution. There's not a computer in the world. You're not in the desert. You're at a university. Think about it, you know? So you're up to now, you have an F average. F. So why continue? You're not going to get an A. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you're saying you have great goals, right? Quantitative economics is fabulous. You can do a lot of things with that. You know what I mean? You want to go to law school, that's great with quantitative, economics. There's so much now in generative AI and law school that you can do forecasting, you can do tremendous things. We all have kind of issues here, but my suggestion is bow out gracefully. If that's your goal. If your goal is, hey, I'm a slacker and I just want to get by, and if I get a D, D is almost, I think, passing. You don't want that. Or a C. No, I don't. You know what I mean? But it's like those weeks here, Good that you called now, you know what I mean? Then later, you know what I mean? But when I read that email, I said, wow, my computer's broken.
Yeah, that was stupid of me.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? I don't care what happened when my computer's broken.
No, it wasn't that. I was just like panicking.
I know. Whatever it is, it's not a good look.
Yeah, like
I'm giving you advice. You understand? It's better you think twice about it, and I'm not going to send I'm not going to send something, But that really just went over the top for me. And Daniel knows. Have you ever seen me react like this? It's
no.
Very rarely that I'll just say, wow, you really did me a number. And especially it seems to me, I don't know you at all, but it seems to me that you have a lot of potential. You know what I mean? And that if you took AP, economics in high school, you were a good student.
No, I am, and that's why I just.
Okay. So if you are, you didn't start this well. So what I suggest is, and it's too late to add a class. Unless you can find some, maybe in another section or somebody wants to add you. I doubt it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's past add. You know what I mean? When was add? I think it was, the 20th.
About a week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, January 22nd, I think was add. So, and we allowed for that, people adding, you know what I mean? I just added the class, and that was already 2 weeks ago. You know what I mean? We make exceptions, but you were registered.
Yeah.
Now, I don't even want to go into this. You're a smart kid. You know what I mean? I don't have to tell you that we all make mistakes. You know what I mean? And the beauty here is that you don't have that F on your card now. The idea is, I think, even sometimes you can drop a course and it doesn't even give you a W. You can check that. What?
No, that passed.
That was on last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday, where you can drop without it. Okay, but I'd rather have a W than an F. Is this your first semester?
No.
You can't even blame it on that. Whatever. You got it?
What did you say?
You got my essence is? What I'm telling you?
Yeah, no, I got it.
We can, cut, it's almost like cut our losses. That's my suggestion. I can't force you to do anything. You know what I mean? It's up to you. I cannot drop you.
Yeah.
You understand? But all I can tell you is what's the situation.
Well, my question would just be, what is even the process of,
dropping?
No, continuing with what we're
Well,
doing.
but you got an Fs on everything.
Yeah. But there's still 4 months left.
There's what?
There's still 4 months left in the semester.
Where's 4 months?
I
Where's 4 months?
What?
Where's 4 months? We're in February. The last class is April.
Well, months, I guess.
Yeah.
So like, there's just no like.
What do you want me? The students have already worked on their groups. The students have already their audit area. They've already completed all their assignments. There were a number of quizzes. They've completed already 2 of their their assignments, an individual assignment, a group assignment. The only thing you can do is do all that work on your own.
So I wouldn't be able to like join a group that.
What are you going to join? You've already missed their work.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying like someone that I know that like.
Like what? You know, like people in the class and what? And what are you going to do? You haven't done the assignment.
Do it.
What? It's past due. The assignment was due already. What is it? What is the? Why not just drop the class? And start off fresh, where you have good chances of having an A. Why not drop the? Why start?
I don't know, because I just hate like dropping something. It just feels like I like can't do it.
It doesn't. I don't view it that way. I view that, hey, I started off with a bad start. I have an opportunity. Let's be positive. I have an opportunity to get it right next time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And fresh, and I have a good opportunity to get an A+ in the class. I want to go to law school. I have good intentions, rather than starting off where it's not working well. I haven't done anything, and my computer is broke. For 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So that's why I couldn't come to class. And that's why I couldn't do the assignments, because my computer's broke. So I view it differently. Wow, I got a way out. And then you can concentrate on then you can concentrate on your other classes and do well.
Yeah.
Are you up to date, tip top on your other classes?
Pretty much.
So that'll be
good.
Most
part.
For the.
It's just like my problem is just with some things like with the online class. I just.
So then so you shouldn't be taking an online class.
Yeah, I know.
That's it. It's not for everybody. And that's the beauty. Yeah. The majority of classes that you need to take are in person. So that's what you can also tell. You can tell your advisor, this online class is not for me. I'm not good in online classes, and I haven't been here, and I need to drop. That's all. Yeah. And we can even say, class, and there's other people in the class shouldn't be in the class either. Yeah. Online, people just said, hey, this will be easy. And for a lot of people, it's not good.
Yeah.
And for some people, it is. This is going to be continually online, and this is just the beginning. So let's leave it that. Okay, Jack? So let's leave it that, and let's leave it at the thing that an online class was not appropriate. Are your other classes in person?
Yeah.
So for now on, you'll take in-person classes.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that's how you can couch it, and if your parents say, you say, hey, there was I signed up for the wrong class. It was online. It's not working out. And that's it.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Do you know what I mean? Let's move it to the online class.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome, and I wish you the best, really. And I hope, and I teach online, so hopefully you'll choose next semester. You can choose something that's in person, another section. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Good day. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that email was not acceptable.
It's just dumb to put something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, my computer's broke. for 2 weeks.
It wasn't even written in proper English.
But not even it has mental disturbances that this is, like we said, online is not working for everyone, and that's it. And usually I'm and
Yeah.
we don't, and you know what it'd be, 20 hours with you to get them
It
up.
would be a lot.
Yeah, it's not fair to you, and it's a waste.
Yeah.
It's a waste. It's a waste, and you don't think it's going to happen later too? It's just yeah. No, yeah, I can see it. So I don't even like it. You know, they make that ad period so long, but you know that's what it is. I can't do anything about it. And I think there are a lot of people that I tell you after 3 weeks, advisors are trying to push some students into me, you know, into the classes, and I say and they say if it's too late, let us know. It's too late. That's it.
Yeah.
These students aren't, a lot of them up to date anyways. You saw the sleeping, you know, students.
What a day.
It's all right. It's all right. Let that be the worst thing. Okay. So at least we've accomplished that. All we would see is here in the beginning, and I still can't believe he wants to go to law school and he doesn't take the hint. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He seems smart enough.
No, he is. It's
something
just
there.
yeah. It's mental. You know, I mean, that's what can we say? You know what I mean? Just because you're
I
smart.
haven't seen him before.
No, he's never.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
I wonder what his attendance is.
I don't even know. It's not even worth the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can look at it, but it's done. Water over the bridge.
No, I agree. I think he'll drop it.
Well, he doesn't even know what the audit area is. You know, I can't force him. You know what I mean? But this way, he needed an exit. You know what I mean? I'm sure it was like to his parents, like, what am I going to say? You know what I mean? So, at least he hasn't been given. Tried to log on. I was on the Zoom since 6:30. Is there any way you could correct this? Okay. So, David Hunt, am I still in the class? Or no?
Yeah, we're still in the game.
Right, yeah, let me just share. Hunt, what's her name? Ava Hunt. Ava Hunt. And there's a lot of problems with there are a lot of problems with the present of day excused update. Okay. Yeah, he didn't even. Yeah, you see him. He was in for 2 classes, and that's it.
It's no good.
What?
It's no good.
Yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? 1, 2. Okay. And 1. Had a problem today with updating. Who was here too? Okay, when I did another one, so did I tell you that when I did another section, it streamed? I don't know what happened with that.
Oh, it did?
Yeah. It streamed.
Maybe it was a temporary issue.
No, it streamed to another account. I tried to do private.
Oh, yeah, we were there. I was in class.
Yeah, but I tried to do, this time I tried to do private. I thought maybe if I, instead of public, and it accepted it, but then it said there was a video problem. But maybe the private worked. You know what I mean? So this person that Lily was here too. I don't know. Somehow, all of this.
I can't believe they're there, but they don't sign into attendance.
Yeah. Okay. While I'm here, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the other Catherine was here. Okay. Okay. If there's problems, we'll let them know. Okay.
Yeah.
What else do I need? So while I'm here, I'm going to keep you, but
Oh yeah, the Zoom.
yeah, let me just put you in the Zoom. Let me see how I can do that. Zoom meetings. Can I? Because I know in the beginning I can do it, but I'm wondering, do I have to go through all of them? Maybe I'll ask Blackboard or something. Like for next week. Yeah, you understand?
Yeah.
So let me research it because I don't want to go one by one.
Well, that would be annoying.
You know what I mean? But because I know in the beginning, I'll ask Blackboard, I'll send them a note, have them see if I can just put you in for all of the sections, you know what I mean? That you can do.
Okay.
But can you get into this?
I see this, but
No.
I can't edit it.
You cannot.
No.
Have you tried?
As co-host or host, I don't think so.
By you being a teaching assistant?
Because it doesn't show that start or end option or the delete option.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
On my
so
end, it just says meeting ID.
let's just see, anyways. Where would it be? Host. What?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me call up Blackboard tomorrow and I'll ask them how they can put him in, how they can have you as a co-host and Dan and
Sebastian.
Sebastian too. Okay. So at least we got. What else do we need? And then we just need to do the.
I have a list of things.
Yeah,
I'll do them all tonight.
yeah. Well, even you don't have to do them all because you need to just do that with Sebastian. You need just to do the.
Yeah. We're doing that tomorrow night.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So I think we're set. How are your classes?
Good. All so far pretty good.
Okay. Good. Okay. And so I'm glad we got. This guy has no business. You know what I mean? It's just like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know what I could say. You know. See, this is what I got.
Oh.
Video is unavailable, but it's interesting. If I do this. Do I see? No.
Well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And private, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably why.
Yeah, but
it's on your account.
Yeah, but it's on my account. That's what I'm saying. My account, but it's the one that I'm see this? I'm limited. Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. And I got this error message saying that I've filled my quota, and it's interesting because I asked Sebastian at the end of the class, what are you working on? And he says, oh, it's student I'm trying to figure out. It says it's end of his quota.
That's very weird. He sent me that image. I just didn't know what to do about it.
Yeah, and I have the same image, so I don't know. And when I looked it up, maybe you can do some more research. It said I have to go ask YouTube that I'm using more than 10 devices, and that I have to ask them for more devices or something. And I don't want to contact YouTube. You know what I mean?
Of course not, yeah.
You know, all they'll do is restrict me to do other things, you know, and that's what I know, right?
Yeah.
Unless they know about me, the better I'm off. So I'll just use another account. It'd be interesting if I could even ask that student, that's the only other thing I can say is tell that student if he gets it again to try to create another YouTube account. Yeah. And if not, it's not a big deal. He'll just use his groups streaming.
Exactly, and document it.
Yeah, the whole idea is always document. It's beyond our controls. If they document, like that Finley, she's a good student. She did it.
I told her to document it.
Yeah, document it, and she's going to do it. And then give her give her credit. Don't count.
I will.
You know what I mean? And she's a good student. Okay. And he's trying to do something kind of interesting. At Frank in the class, he presented like a PowerPoint of what happened during the week and what happened in the weekend, you know, and it was nice. And then he showed, you know, drones, and somebody got a contract, 250 million from Defense Department on drones, that they can speak to the drones. It's kind of creepy, but it's, you know, and basically he showed their video. It was and the video is, you know, they send out these drones, you talk to it, you know, they're these size, and it will classify and show you where you're supposed to hit, you know, with AI. And Israel is, I didn't want to go too much into that with the class. You know, I know a lot more than I share with the class, but I'll share it with you. Is Israel, the whole Gaza thing was AI drone. The only thing is now they're saying lessons learned is you still need humans to, you can't let it just go now. It doesn't have enough data that you want to have. Still, the state of the art is you want human supervision.
Like oversight almost, yeah.
Oversight all the time, 24/7. You know what I mean? You just can't let there. But think about it. It's the first round, right?
Yeah.
That they'll get. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. Okay. So I thank you again. We'll do it Wednesday. We'll do it. We went over a little bit. I showed you with the. I think that'll be really good with them with the Google. Maybe what we should do is do like one second where they just do one chapter with the Google Notebook Google, and then once they get better, then they'll do the rest of the chapter. So maybe we'll make it a little bit.
2 assignments.
What do you think about that?
Maybe even 2 chapters or something.
You know what I mean? Make it right.
Yeah, but that makes sense.
You know, and divide it up maybe into chapters or something, and then they try out the podcast and join it. And I don't know if they should be doing it with a group or on their own, you know, or share it with the group.
Probably on their own. But
I think
share
so.
it with the group.
Share it with the group of what you have, and maybe share it with the group where they could do. I don't know. Can you do the podcast and join in other people or something like that?
No, unfortunately, no.
Yeah, you can't.
Just one.
One-on-one. But anyways, think about it, because in some ways then they can share something. Because I'd like the group in the way that it gets, you know, those give some direction, and they get some more bonding that they've done with the group. You know what I mean? But sometimes they don't even know who's in their group if they do so little. You know what I mean? Sometimes they don't want to know. But that's beside the point. Okay, let you go. You're in your car. Take care. Enough is enough.
I don't have my computer on Wednesday.
You don't have to do any work. Your computer broke.
I made it work.
But you understand. It's just...
Yeah. Oh, the part was supposed to come on Sunday.
What?
Took a little... The part was supposed to come on Sunday.
What was wrong?
The battery was like fluffy, if that makes sense, like thick. And
just swelling?
I didn't really... Yeah, swelling, exactly.
Swelling. I've had those. I've had it also. You know, I have a charger for my car, which swelled like that too. You know, and I left it in the car, you know, to charge my...
And usually computers will just run when you plug them in. For some reason, this one doesn't. So it needs the battery in there.
Yeah, no. Yeah, sometimes it needs that connection. It almost uses that to warm up, you know, for the
something
ROM.
like that, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. All right, I have another issue with my other computer. Okay, so we'll talk as usual. I'm glad you were there to listen to that guy. Yeah. That's why I left him at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, ciao.
All right.
Bye.
See you Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Cool. Finish up tonight. London, but they did this and he showed their video. It had no voices, no audio, and it shows these guys going on a little jeep and picking up a phone in their hand and they talk to themselves. And they showed this guy. It was the video where to make the attack and the classifications where to do the attack.
Military drone?
Yeah, military. So he showed the video.
Can you give me a ride around the block?
For what? At nighttime?
Yeah, I want to pick up a couple of chairs to know that I want to bring it.
Nine o'clock. We put our rubber bands on your phone. You understand? And when you bend down, you don't drop the phone. please. Put on. Have to do that. Jesus Christ.